Well, I'm a liar because I said this is going to be homebrew day, but we decided to have something else.
I'm
We
not
lied to
here
you.
to make homebrew.
Wait, what? You're not here to help us mechanically stat out various objects and items?
The person
this
who's
is just all a
actually
ploy.
shit at making mechanics for games.
This is all just a long ploy by Desert.
This is the long con.
Yeah.
This is homebrew mechanics and
Mhm.
mass combat.
I will
Just
leave you.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Just 3 hour gladiator session. Yeah.
Wait, so you guys didn't like tell like the Discord or the Twitter or anything what this was gonna be?
No, you'd be thinking I'd be more prepared for stuff like that. I'm
Hey,
not.
Look, you've been prepared in other aspects.
I got other
like
stuff
Twitter.
done.
Yeah,
True,
Twitter,
you did.
Instagram. But both have had things posted on 2 days in a row. The
So what
VODs are
did you
out.
put on the Twitter?
I put maps. I put a lot of maps stuff. I posted
Understandable.
like hints for like next week. I post like one of the Thin Veil Islands.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, so this is a little impromptu thing of the next 3 days on the Golden Gull because both Jen and Raph are just a kind of hose for the RP and don't want to take up like 2 hours RPing with like 4 NPCs that will get AJ and Cade wishing to paint their walls with their own brains.
Commit mass murder.
Yeah.
Kermit, yeah.
Kermit, yeah.
Yeah, Kermit.
Bro, deadass, if someone has to shoot me in the head, I want it to be Kermit the Frog, just saying.
I mean, based. We've thrown him off of the top of a building via gifts enough times that he deserves it.
Yeah, he deserves his revenge.
Look, someday that thing's gonna get sentient and just strike back. And honestly, I'm here for it. But
Look,
last
Kermit-
we left off,
Kermit and
it
the
was only
Duke-
like 2 days ago.
True.
Yeah,
Not that much
Would
time
Would you like
has
to finish your meme, Raph? Would you like to finish your meme?
No, it's alright. I'll look, we're here. We've memed enough. We should probably.
Yeah,
So,
we're here to be
socialise.
serious. God.
Yeah.
We're here for like two
Professionals.
and a bit, just over maybe hours of serious roleplay. So, aboard the Golden Gull, unfortunately, perhaps because of Everett's own speech or such, it's very stormy out, almost
Oh,
unnaturally so.
Yeah.
Sailing conditions are just like completely unoptimal. Most people are bad
Perfect.
and down. You've just finished your talk with Teethan and Svein and Merkestiel, who suddenly just pop out of existence for some reason.
They're just
Really-
they're vibing in their own way.
They're just T-posing
Yeah, yeah.
in the corners.
That is
Yeah.
breakdancing. Yeah.
You have a plan for Marikath. You have a plan to make your way in, to cause commotion, get him to flee and corner him, if you are so lucky. However, there is a few days before that is to pass. The ship is yours. The morning, afternoon, midday rain is cold. It's kind of the rain that just soaks you to the bone. It's just
Mhm.
most people are staying inside. Some of the sailors below deck are just annoyed. But overall, for the Kingfishers, there is a general reception of like camaraderie and brotherhood with the crew of the Golden Gull, who you've fought alongside before. What would
Yeah.
you like to do, Callisinder, and some money?
Callisinder, first of all, just hates the weather, hates the rough seas. Bad enough sailor normally, but this is just like, nah, I'm just staying below decks. I'm just gonna focus on staying calm.
He's like, I hate
Um,
the rain.
I hate this. This is awful. Why does water fall from the sky? That shouldn't happen.
Unnatural.
It's unnatural. Come on.
Okay, underground man. And
If
so
she rocks
Zamani's
in
a
the
little
sky-
kind of right there with you, just because she grew up in the desert.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. See? It's everyone
She's
else
just-
that's wrong.
well, I get-
Confirmed, Callisinder and Zamani are hydrophobic. They're just
I was gonna say
Anyway.
that for Zamani, she was like, "What the? Oh, fuck! I know about rain. Wait, this is kind of nice. It's not hot. The sun's getting flooded out. Like this is actually kind of chill.
Yeah. I'm not melting.
Yeah." Cal's over here like hissing like a cat being put out on the front porch.
Yeah, like the cat being sprayed.
Hmm.
But the ship is yours. Captain Troon is well within his quarters. Anitari is currently sailing the ship. There is friends to contact and people you care about out there in the world that could do with a pep talk, or people that you need a pep talk from.
Yeah.
Well,
Is there anything
had-
you had in mind to start with?
I have a question, but I don't know if this is something you want to address now or in the the actual session when other people are here, so I'm gonna send it to you real quick.
You know, there's actually few enough people here at the table that you can just ask me out loud and I can tell you.
Well, I don't want to like talk about a thing and then like have to be like avoid. Okay, cool.
No,
Yeah,
I
like-
will be addressing that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like,
Yeah, 'cause-
we don't need to avoid anything here. Unless you feel like this is something you would have directly wanted to go to Svein or Merkestiel with.
Yeah,
First
Zamani's
things
like
first.
super depresso. Like she's
Yeah.
like dangerously depresso right now.
First things first, I want to speak to my guest deal. No,
How
I'll
Alright,
say
I will
like-
be acting as the interpreter for
Yeah.
Merkestiel.
um,
How can my
But yeah,
ascended
I'll say-
heroes help you?
Wow.
I wasn't gonna shit talk, but you just decided to go there. Fuck. Put some respect on the name. But yeah, I'd say probably considering the weather, I think Zamani would probably be below decks, probably around that area. I would say Cow would go fine, but there's nothing really to find, so probably Cow would just approach Zamani. Would she be in the general space, or would she be probably more in quarters, more private space?
I'd say she's probably gonna be in the general space just because like that's where she feels like it would make sense to be in case somebody needs her or whatever.
I'd say
Trying
then
to
probably
be about
Calisina
things.
would just, approach Samani, just placing a hand on her shoulder. Samani, did you just want to perhaps go into the room and talk for a moment?
Oh, I'm in trouble. Good to know. Let's go.
Just take you in there. Is there I imagine there's is it just like a bed or are there seats
Last time we had
You
like,
guys know
little-
you have like there's like kind of you had across the hall from each other. Same as last time. You've each place has two beds and a conjoining common room. So you can go into a bedroom, you can go into a common room, because you kind of have the more aristocratic suites for the Golden Gull.
Yeah. Probably a bit more private in one of the bedrooms, probably just there.
Well, I assume you guys share a room because there's 4 bedrooms, so
Yeah.
Teeth and Svein, Merc, and you guys
Mhm.
being the
that
biggest
makes
room.
sense then. Yeah. Sit down next to Zamani and just take her hands in his, just looking straight at Zamani. Zamani, my dear. Speak to me. I can clearly see that something is going round in that head of yours continually.
I mean, a lot of people died because of me this week. A lot of people that did not deserve to. And I just have to kill more. Or else I die, and I don't think my life is worth all of theirs.
True. That's one way of looking at it, I suppose, but I think we both know that you can not really hold yourself entirely responsible for your actions or for continuing to do so.
Tell
I
that
mean,
to the souls
honestly-
who are now in the circle of Osiris that don't need to be there.
What was that, sir?
Somebody would have cut you off a little bit annoyed, but not with you. But she would have been like, tell that to the souls that are now in Osiris that aren't supposed to be there and don't deserve the mistreatment that they're getting.
They don't. But the one who sent there was the Lord of Disintegration.
Oh, that was me.
I mean, that's the choice, though. It was either from the way you described it, send 12 people, or else the 12 children will die. Either way, 12 people were being sent to their torment.
Yes,
You
but I
have
didn't
a
send
choice.
12 people. I sent half of the fucking hell word because of a stupid mistake that I followed.
Of course, but don't you think that's part of his little game that he's trying to play? The torment? Try and push you into doing things like that just bring more misery onto yourself and others?
Of course it is. And it's working because he's good at it.
He is.
Don't you side-eye look away, Des?
I was just answering.
This is straight at you, Des, alright? This is straight at you.
if I realized this was going to be targeted at me today, I wouldn't be showing up.
He is exceptionally skilled in his torment of you and everyone else. But Des, shut the fuck up.
Why are you talk about the Lord of Disintegration, please, not me.
Yeah, we were. That's
You
the
are the
thing.
same person.
Fuck.
But he's exceptionally skilled in what he's doing, and yes, you didn't exactly. That was not your task to set fire to the Hellward like that, but
I didn't
I'm
want
sure that was
anything.
part of his game he was trying to play, was to push you into making rash decisions.
I was just so afraid of something coming back to the group and it fucking over you guys. Or fucking over Everett. And so somehow if he finds out, the city finds out that the Kingfishers did A, B, C, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it spread. It just fucking got out of control. And I couldn't do anything. And now they're all gone. And I don't know if they count because it wasn't intentional.
And that's part of his thing. He's not going to explain it, not going to give you answers about it. He's just going to let you and take pleasure in your own suffering. He is the one that caused this.
But I'm the one who's doing it.
But that's the thing. Do you think if you didn't, he would let you drop dead?
Yes. He has a trophy room of people.
Trophy room. Des, I'm just trying to remember in character, trying to separate in and out of character knowledge. In regards to Lord of Disintegration, is it known to me at least that most of the people he collects are like demigod type of figures and like.
Roll me a religion or history. No.
I think they're both the same.
Yeah, religion or history. For basically just because I imagine like part of your old study during these past times would have been kind of everything to do with this stuff. So.
Yeah. Where are we at? Come on. Okay, 25.
25. He collects creatures that are difficult to get. He doesn't want just commoners. He doesn't want,
Yeah.
your average hero. He wants things that are unique.
From my knowledge, the things that he collects, the things that he stores up in his trophy cabinets, they're unique things. They're people that are different, people that are hard to collect, demigods, important figures, things like that.
And so the time he got to show it to the Lord of Decay by taking what the Lord of Decay considered his eyes doesn't constitute that.
Perhaps not, but
it's a giant fuck you to one of his competitors.
It is a giant fuck you, but at the same time, what has he said to you in regards to your role, your place, what it is that you're doing within his court?
No, he hasn't. He's just gotten mad at me for not doing the things that he wants without letting me know what those are. Just told me that my choices don't matter.
And I think that's all there is to it. He just wants to use you to bring torment, to bring cruelty, to take relish in the suffering and pain that you cause, that he forces you to do, and that he gives you no choice not to do.
Yeah. I still have to perform a job for him, which is apparently the fucking taking of souls.
Taking of souls, or else he will still take souls. It's not really a choice.
It's not, but I'm still being forced to make one. And there comes a point, after the number of people who are innocent that I've killed, where I really start to question if it's worth it.
It's a difficult one to answer. Whose soul is worth more? I mean, if he presents the same choice again, it's hard to say who's worth it. I mean, if he offers you the choice between Zelly and the 12 kids or 12 random innocents.
That's exactly what it was last time.
Precisely. None are worth more than the other necessarily, but it's...
Nobody made me think that it couldn't even be like 12 people who are like shitty for society.
That's just precisely it. He's trying to completely, as much as it already isn't there, but who you are in regards to self-respect and self-determination.
Just because those are choices. The point is to lay down the fact that my choices don't matter. The only choice is to do what he says. And now it's not even just now do what he says or shitty things are going to happen to you. It's do what he says or you're locked in a Sears forever.
I'm trying to remember, Des, was it more so just he's going to kill Zamani if she doesn't send souls, or is it he's going to... Okay.
But Callus, as you're having this conversation, you feel not dissimilar to a message of sorts in your mind. Well, I mean, if it's only a soul that's needed, I'm more than happy to provide. You have a portable hole. Just check. This is the Lord Decay.
Do I notice Cal getting really confused all of a sudden?
No, Cal's gonna play this up pretty easily.
For Cal though, he just assumed at first it was just a voice in his head, and then he realized it was actually someone speaking to him, and it wasn't just himself. It like took a few
his own voice.
Yeah, like hang on a second, that's not myself. Cal over here just trying real hard to like not just blurt out, "We've got a plan."
Pretty quick before he suffocates, so do you need it now?
Shit. Who is it? Just a silent light in his head.
How? Okay, you can't be this expressive and then say that I don't know what's
happening. Zamani, you clock something. If Cal's responding, you clock something. You just hear petty murderer who needed powers from me never very well.
How?
Are you
having another episode? I don't mean this in a bad way. Do I need to smack you?
No. It's not that. Don't worry. Do you need a soul, Samaya?
I mean, I was told that I need a couple every few days, yeah. So I will be needing some by the time we get there, at the very least.
Right.
Why?
10 minutes of breathable air.
Cal will pull out the portable hole, set it up. In there you should find someone who is not a good person.
Can you like see things at the portable hole? Like, am I supposed to go into the portable hole, or does he pull him out?
You have to go in. Portable hole's like a 10-foot by 10-foot room, basically.
Okay. I wasn't sure like quite how it like was a thing.
You'll find a soul, one that is not of a good person.
Does Wadi like manifest an arrow, like instead of like the full bow points at you, goes, "You have explaining to do," and then walks into the thing.
Yeah, inside there is an older gentleman, maybe like late 60s, like very patchy beard, completely unconscious on the ground.
She's just over here like, what the fuck? Like, 'cause she knows also that like the portable hole only has 10 minutes, so it's not like fucking Cal like kidnapped this person and then has been saving them in his pocket for this kind of a moment.
Well, this person anyway.
Fair. She's just kind of like, what the fuck? But you now have a dead man in your portable hole. And she like, she
I
gives.
feel like there's still stranger things that
Body,
have happened
as
to us
you-
party.
Strike it disintegrates into a fine ash.
I hate that. I hate that a lot. Okay, she walks out of the portable hole. Like, unless there's other people in there that I assume I would see.
I imagine
There's
just
only
one.
Okay. Well, there was one.
This is like
Now
a
it's just
whole
a pile of
row of
ash.
people just tied up, just ready.
It's like that one panel from Chainsaw Man.
Haven't read it.
Hopefully that
Never mind.
satiates his requests.
Oh, I haven't walked out of the portable hole yet. She's just like, what the fuck?
Oh,
Unless you walked in.
So, Zamani, as you're there, in an almost effervescent green that you recognize quite well, writing scrawled across the wall in Thieves' Cant,
Mhm.
is always watching.
Thank you. I didn't realize that this was possible. Thank you.
There's no audible or
Oh, yeah.
visual response.
Yeah, but if he's watching, then it means that she assumes that means that he could hear her. So she's gonna walk back out of the hole. Well, that's how she thinks it works.
You do walk back out of the hole.
Yep.
I will say, as you're in there, time will move slightly different. So, Calasina, on the outside, you hear the footsteps of very well polished wooden soled shoes walk through onto the ship. The green skinned Infernal, who very much so you feel like time's slowing around you. Well, Prince Calasina, it seems like our last option fell through. What progress do you have for me of the next one?
question for you, Des. Did Xerxes say not to say anything to Lord Decay, or no? No. Okay, cool. Which it's probably pretty obvious that he wants him to make the deal. So yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, I do have something lined up. That could work.
All right.
Would a codex suffice?
Depends on the codex.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Umbra Ash Scrolls.
The Umbra Ash Scrolls.
I roll in case I roll a 1 because anything else is a success for his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should work. Perhaps.
Right.
Enough. You know
I
its
have a
location?
location. I have a location and a means of getting there. Hopefully, straight after Thin Veil, we will proceed to that point and retrieve them, and we can make the deal.
Alright. That's good. I had other ideas, but they were a bit brash. That will work. That should work.
By all accounts, they are rather isolated, so hopefully their guardians won't exactly be expecting anything of this sort. Or whatever it is they're waiting for us.
I can send someone ahead to weaken any guardians. If I
Would be
must.
appreciated.
Should be returning soon.
But-
I won't leave you too long.
Of course. But it is a shame it has had to wait for this long. I was unaware of your previous idea and suggestion that you had made to Anna.
She did not tell you.
No.
Difficult to find good help. And he turns to walk away. Fades beneath her.
And just
But as he steps through the walls of mine, he steps kind of out of the portable hole.
just takes a moment. Somebody?
Okay. I understand. I'm surprised. Also, he turned to ash, so you don't have to worry about a dead body, but you do have to worry about everything getting very messy.
I need to find a Warforged Roomba.
A Warforged room.
A
I love
little
that.
baby
I
room.
love that. That's cute. I didn't mean to, if I came across a little bit forceful before.
No, you're concerned. It makes sense.
It's just,
I just hope that my perspective also makes sense.
it does. It entirely does. I can't imagine the pain that you would feel. But I hope it is not permanent, this situation.
Hi, Fidget.
Hey.
I hope not as well.
Curious. Cal would just give just a slight smile. Just not sort of he doesn't want to say much, he'll just give it just a small as he says it, a small just like just smirk.
You're not allowed to do that.
Do what?
As you stand there looking at Calicindir, what's your passive perception?
Oh, it's awful. That's why I always really like it when you ask me.
Okay, well, you can roll then. Just roll instead. You have a better chance of rolling.
I have much better chance of rolling. I'm gonna grab my old dice. Perception. Hey. Uh, 13.
13. That is enough. Something small just ruffled or moved through Calicindir's hair.
So I would have absolutely no qualms when she just like grabs his head and like turns it down.
What are you doing?
So as you turn it down, almost there's something just flies and like almost lands in your forehead, just sticks there. And Calicindir, you see on Zamani's forehead, almost like the size of an earthworm, this small black serpentine creature, just making its way to her horn.
She's like, what the?
What is that? Calicindir will just try and just like slowly reach up and see if he can grab it.
It's a very similar infernal serpent.
She like will absolutely like gently like grabs him from you, and she's just like, "Hi."
It just.
Okay. I don't know. Do you know me?
The kind of, albeit only almost the size of earthworm, kind of like pulls back up on itself a little bit, like coils, so it can be like it's like a tiny coil, and the head just goes.
Guy.
Oh.
Like, ooh?
Is that little baby ooh?
You're back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just like curls around your finger like a ring.
Oh.
Isabella just like burst into tears, like absolutely. And she just like gives like a snoot, like the gentlest, tiniest little boob because he's so tiny and she doesn't want to hurt him.
Yeah, as you do the math, just like, and it's just like on your face. It's like can't even really penetrate too deep into the skin. It's just like hanging.
He's like, don't worry, you'll be a big boy one day, and then you can bite me back. Okay, I deserve it.
That's adorable.
It takes Infernals quite a long time to reform, especially weaker ones in Osiris, but
is that how it was like when you first got him?
No, he was already fully formed. Because remember, he was supposed to be my first babysitter.
That's right.
It's just I didn't listen to you a whole lot. I'm sorry.
it's just like just hanging there.
You know, like when a cat when they're annoyed, like the tip of the tail just like twitches. He just like.
Yeah, like, but very gently wraps around your pinky finger just like a ring. Just sits there and gives off a little bit of warmth.
Oh. It's okay.
You know, it hasn't felt quite right without you here.
It's been so sad. I have so many things to catch you up on.
It doesn't speak.
Yeah, well,
He
I know.
doesn't speak,
He
just
doesn't know
looks.
how to speak, but he knows how
That's
to.
like a little
he,
tongue
he
thing.
understands. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like, okay, I haven't been happy like this in a really long time, and I don't think I deserve to be happy like this, considering everything that I just did. But I'm gonna take this one.
Look, I would love you to take it because, God, it's good to see a smile like that on your face.
Thank you.
And
So,
Sorry for
unnaturally
worrying.
loud, so from Zamani's own voice, but not her own voice. Does not have ears, so hope is never lost.
It still works.
what?
It does not have ears, so hope is never lost. I don't fucking know what that means.
Can see
Did you
through
say
your
this in
eyes.
Marnie's voice?
Nope, in the Lord of Decay's voice.
Ah, I wasn't sure who's. Yeah, yeah. Because
She traded her tongue.
still is your voice. Forgot
Yeah.
about that. I forgot that Marnie gave her her tongue as well.
Yeah.
Hello, Wildcat.
I like it.
Hey.
I Zamani is fucking floored that this
Oh.
still works.
Good to know.
Okay, so that didn't transfer.
That's a
So speaking
not
through a
something
little
I
bit more.
expected.
The only deal was for the eyes. I've kept it quiet until I realized that the mind blank spell had worn off. But if that is gone, so be
It's
it.
gone.
You
Alright.
knew it was
So-
fun. Because
Yes.
Zamani learned things and then she went to smack you. And then she was like, I know why, but god damn it.
So, if we speak, he doesn't know.
Oh no. I'm the American.
Yeah, we only have one.
I'm American. Raph is Australian.
I think that's the first time I've been called American by anyone.
It could have been me trying to
That's
do
a
the Lord of
first.
Decay's voice. I'm not sure. Could have been
And
anything.
Des is Irish. We're all over the place. But yeah. We also all are doing voices as well, which that kind of adds to things being weird.
Adds the confusion of the mix.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just sorry, going back. Sorry, just to Lord Decay. Just saying. So if we speak, he can't hear us. Or doesn't
Perhaps
hear
he can
us
read
actually.
lips, but I think it's safe enough. He can't hear what I am saying anyway.
Alright.
When
Alright.
when he takes me to a Cirrus and then he like grabs my face and he like reads my mind. What about that?
I don't think the dullard is quite smart enough to know what to look for.
Wait, what
It's not
name
like
did he
he-
just use?
The dullard.
Oh, the dullard. Okay. Fair. So I definitely gets a little chuckling. Just like, he's a fucking idiot. I hate him.
Suppose that's one name to give him.
Accurate.
Alright. Zamani.
Hmm?
I always just want to roll to just to know how much the Cal would say here. I'm just trying to.
So just when you look up or whatever, when you look at Zamani as Zamani, not as like the thing that you're talking to the Lord of Decay through, you will see like she's like holding like her like the tip of her pinky that has like wool on it, like right here. Wait.
So
She's
if
like definitely
Zamani, you
so-
kind of put your fingers together and it kind of forms a Chinese finger, Jeff. Just as like, just will not let go.
she's like definitely like kind of doing this so she can kind of look at him.
How much is it? How much do you think is safe to say?
I'm overly cautious by nature, so perhaps we don't say too much. I just thought perhaps it was time to shed a bit of hope on the situation.
Right.
I needed it. How did you get him back?
It's generally easy to do so when one sends off their own familiar. It can be resummoned.
Who is your familiar?
He has been for so many years, yes.
Wait,
It's how I am seeing
Oh, fuck.
everything that is currently happening right now. Albeit in a much smaller state, less active.
He's a little guy. I had no idea he was your familiar.
I mean, you never asked.
That's fair. Understandable. So, before you would use my eyes, but now you're using his eyes. And little ear holes, I assume.
Correct, but there is the limitations that a familiar can do that a warlock can do much more. So it is very limited.
That's fair.
So when he's full grown, people are far less likely to want to let him enter buildings by himself.
That is very true. Although he always did a good job at the ends of hunting down, like, the rats and things. Sometimes cats, but usually just the rats.
I look forward to the return. As you feel the presence sort of ooze eyes kind of give a quick flash, and even though smaller, gone.
She's definitely like, you've had a history I wasn't aware of. She gives him a little boop.
He spells out, we've all had exes. Well,
Nods it in Morse code.
What a good
Just
sense of
tap, tap.
humor.
tap,
Yes,
tap, tap.
Yeah.
You could just be like, he's a circle, he's a circle, he's a line, he's a circle, he's a circle, he's a line.
And I must admit that was rather unexpected. I didn't anticipate that little reunion. But
She's like, everything was unexpected. I needed this.
glad.
Not to say that I don't appreciate what you were doing for me, because I do. I deeply, deeply do.
There is
it's-
only so much that I can do though in my current position.
We're all
I'm
like
aware
that.
of that. But Zamani, just I know that I can't take away the pain or
I don't want you
anything
to.
that happened, but
That's
just
not-
if you ever need to, just speak.
I will.
I feel like this
It's-
is weird, and now I'm telling you
No,
that, but after all this
stop.
time,
It's not. It's never been about me wanting you to take away my pain or my burdens. That's not what this is, and that's not what I ever wanted it to be. It's just being able to share those with someone else to help lessen how heavy they are.
I hope I can do that.
You are.
I'm at your side, Zamani. Throughout all of this.
Yeah, I think a big magic forest would be a bit upset if you changed your mind at this point.
I almost forgot that that did happen in the road, yes.
You did,
Well,
yeah. That
yeah.
that wasn't just like a casual thing. The woad
No,
kind
it
of
wasn't.
no,
I mean,
which is a
it-
really good thing
it
that your
wouldn't
mom is
change.
okay with it. So
Yeah, although I feel like if she wasn't, then I would have had to spend maybe a few hundred years up here for her to calm down first. But
oh
you know,
no, you're gonna have to
Oh, no,
spend a
what
few
a su-
100 years with me. What a punishment!
I know. Can't think of anything worse. Speaking of which, I was wondering if you still wanted to speak to her about Zelia and amongst other things.
Yes, please. I don't know how to be a mom. I have no
All
idea
right.
how to be a mom.
Well, in that case, tonight. I mean, we have 4 days on this boat, so
Yeah, no, please.
we're not going to be doing much. But I can try to organize it.
I would absolutely appreciate it if she has the time.
Of course. 1 second, as Calicity will just flip open his book to his mother's page.
You can tell her as well, like, why. Because I know that she's really busy, and I don't know if that would be something that she would appreciate or not.
Now, see, here's the awkward thing. If I write to her and say Zamani wants advice on being a mother, she's going to get some very, very strong thoughts in her mind.
Okay, well then how
And then
about...
if I have to explain Zelly, then that's an entire paragraph.
Easy, okay.
Or 10.
Easy. Zamani has adopted a very damaged child. And she wants to give her a life that she never had. But she doesn't know how to be a good parental figure. Can you help?
Perfect, I'll stick with that. Calicity will just word for word just transcribe that across.
So you say that word for word?
Yeah, well, at first he would say, like, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well, type of thing, but then lead into that.
Okay. Do you mention dream in there anywhere, or do you just say that message?
No, I won't just send that, but I'll write that in, and then at the end. Is it okay if Zamani speaks with you over dream, either tonight or over the next few nights, if that is alright? Anytime during that?
A couple seconds later, a response comes through. It's good to hear you're still well. That sounds extremely complicated. Perhaps dream would be for the best, but I should hopefully be on the surface in a few weeks or a few days. So.
Oh.
We're making our way to Ojik here, but sure, we're being transported right now. I can, I suppose, close my eyes for a few minutes in the carriages.
Right. I'll set that up then. Thank you for doing this. I know that she'll appreciate this greatly.
So, you head to your room and get things set up.
Mm-hmm.
All the components. Thank God Dream does not have multiple consume components or anything.
Oh my god.
Oh god, that would be awful.
Now, Zamani, I will send you through. I assume that this is a meeting you want to have with her, so I'll just stay here.
Wait, if you want to, you're more than welcome to come.
It's up to you, I suppose. I wasn't sure if you just wanted this as a bit of time for just the two of you, or...
I mean, it's not going to change how I act around her, so just, it might affect how awkward you feel.
As you're saying this, in your own mind, the voice comes through. It's never wise to leave them alone with your mother. I should take that back.
For once...
I should take that back.
For once, please, do not speak to me. When I'm talking to my mother already, that is enough going on, please.
Is this out loud?
No.
Do I notice this happen?
His head. Maybe.
Okay, I'm not very perceptive.
Because you know Cal, though, I would say Zamani would have a chance, because she knows Cal's...
Roll me an insight.
Okay. Oh, that's not too bad.
So just that moment. What about those 15 years we had long hair for? She can't learn of this.
16 plus 1. I rolled pretty well.
What if some of the paintings still around the place? You would probably see Cal just like almost slightly drifting off. It's very slight, but just like a slight, just unfocused look for a few seconds and then just back to it.
She definitely kind of like moves her head in front of like wherever you'd like, it's like I assume like somewhere over her shoulder. They just kind of stares off a bit to like get in his like frame of view and just like raises an eyebrow. Would you like to let me in on the conversation?
I don't know if that's possible, but
I mean to retell what just happened. I don't mean to actually like let me in on the conversation with you and whatever voice in her head is saying mean things to you.
Don't tell her about the long hair.
Shut up about the long hair, fuck's sake. Alright,
that means that was out loud.
That was.
Wait, long hair? How long?
No, that was just the voice.
They were shoulder length.
How long was it? Wait. I don't know. I think you would look fine with long hair. We could put it up in a little bun. It would be great.
It had to be tied back, yes.
Yes.
That was a time, though. That was a
With the
time. I
elegant
finished my
braids and
cars in
everything?
here. Not quite. I didn't
the
exactly
sisters
know what
did
I
it.
was doing. I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, so there is
Right.
something you're not good at other than communication.
And sailing. That's
never
3
had to.
things, alright?
Also swimming.
We have a lake. It's filled with creatures that would probably kill you if you tried to swim in it, but it's
It's-
still a lake.
And you also don't know how to swim. Remember
Correct.
when
Being
Rainier
thrown
threw
in
you
the
off the
ocean doesn't
boat and
exactly-
then I had
yeah.
to... Yeah.
That was terrifying.
Yeah. Don't worry, you
Um,
lived.
Thankfully,
I
but
saved
no,
you.
just-
And now I have the ability to make it so you can breathe air underwater, so you don't have to worry about drowning.
my brave hero.
Thank you. I was strong enough to lift you.
So,
Honestly,
How-
not hard.
as you begin getting the components ready to cast Dream, where would you like to set it? What is it looking like?
Callison will put that ask to Samani, actually.
Somewhere in your
Samani,
home.
considering this is at home.
Somewhere in your
in-
home. Somewhere
Alright,
that,
I can
that
do
you
that.
you all enjoyed to be together at.
Cynthia,
I want to see what it was
roll
like.
me a d20 on a 20 on an 11 to 20. It's in one of the rooms with a portrait of you with long hair, and you will have to describe what Callisinder looked like with long hair.
Ow.
God damn it!
D20.
That's a. That's an
What is
11 On the
Okay,
dot.
so
It's an
please,
11.
as you step through, you will go with Zamani, but I
Okay,
need you
yeah.
to, as this room begins to manifest,
Yeah.
this
yeah.
large, almost 15-foot tall, full portrait of Callisinder and some of his siblings, but Callisinder's hair looks like.
I think, God, that was there. It's just in a different room. Yeah, but Callisinder, I love how you just invented this. I love it there. Callisinder with long hair, it's a very, although elves age slowly, you can tell it is definitely a younger version of Callisinder. Much more of a youthful pre mind being broken look on his face. The hair itself, though, the thing in question is
The thing
messy.
in question.
It's messy. You can tell that this is just some late sort of teenager that's decided to grow it out. Doesn't exactly know what he's doing with it. He's decided to grow it out nonetheless.
Got that
It
goblet
looks-
of fire hair. God.
Yeah, it's 100%. It 100%. It's
Oh
goblet
my
of
God.
fire here. It's just very messily tied back. No real idea of what's going on there.
She's
very much ashamed.
so while you're it wouldn't be bright red because your skin is a deep purple, just like Samani's, but I assume very flushed, very blushy.
This is just
Zamani definitely, she actually goes and she touches it and she's like, "Aw, my messy little bookworm." Although to be fair, I've never seen her eyes shine that bright. Painter
that was
did a good
different
job.
time.
Yeah, it was
Callisinder in
before
your
you were
own mind
broken.
is just like, you fool. Did you do this to us?
I forgot. Look, that was a different time. I thought that oh, mother. Hello.
She's kind of like,
I forgot as a player how she wanted to be referred to. But
she's
I want
Queen
Zamani was-
Zilzorzana. I think she told you can just call her Queen or Zilzorzana. I don't think she doesn't want you to be too formal with her.
Yeah, that's what I figured because Zamani was trying very hard last time to follow all of the kinds of protocol things that she was picking up on.
Yeah, you're in this
And
very beautiful marbled room. It's got it looks like a family room, kind of
Yeah.
where some of the nobles would have been kind of just relaxed, away from the prying eyes of court. There's kind of small boards set up of various board games like Dragon Chess or some other
Yeah.
small games. She kind of looks over you all and she goes to Callisinder, this beautiful effigy of just the epitome of starless culture, and grabs Callisinder in for a big hug and then waves an arm to it, calls Zamani over into it. And
She definitely joins into the hug.
I must say, I am getting to like these streams because I do not have to be so formal. It's nice to see you both.
It does
Thank
help.
you.
Des,
Yes.
small thing here. Last time Cal saw her, he had 1 star.
Yes.
Oh, she knows.
Now he is
Zamani's
25.
waiting.
Okay.
Or she kind of pulls back. There's
Cal
a rub on your cheeks with like thumbs, and then it's like pinch, pinch, and it just like stretches your face and just goes, "What did I say about this?"
I can explain. I swear to you, every time we meet, it's not that something necessarily has gone wrong. I mean, last time I was missing.
No.
I was missing a hand, and
No, okay, you don't get to glaze over the lich.
She kind of
there was a lich.
still has Calatinder's face stretched a little bit and like turns it to look at Zamani. What lich?
A lich, one of the generals of Samael, came to us, tried to kill us.
You want to teleport?
Yeah,
That's powerful magic.
it is. So I thought it necessary and prudent to respond with powerful magic of my own.
To be fair, quite a few of us had died at that point, but we all got resurrected and everything was fine. But yes, please pinch away. He's lucky I didn't shoot him for it.
I know, I was prepared for an arrow to just randomly
If
enter
it
me
is-
during my sleep.
If it is that serious, may the dying god bless your abilities and keep your mind sharp to know when is right to use it. Anyway, I'm not here for you.
No, I'm here to be silent and let you two do the talking.
When she says, "Let your mind be sharp," Zamani will like glance over at Cal. She's leaving that up to him, but Cal can clearly tell that like Zamani thinks that he should tell her, at least to some extent. Like, I would say like he can pick that up because of how well they know each other.
Yeah.
Unless like you want to have Queenie roll like super like for something, for like I feel like she would just see it as like her like giving a glance like.
She kind of clocks it, but she's kind of hearing a mission in her mind. She's kind of focused, so she like goes to the tables and chairs and pulls out a chair and sits down. Kind of pats down at the table. She goes, "Come on, sit. Let's discuss motherhood."
Thank you. Also, I asked Cal to take me to somewhere that everyone had a good time and was in your home. I hope that's okay. I just wanted to see what it was like.
No, this is a room I wish I was able to spend more time in. And I still remember the day the portrait was painted. It is one of my favourite in the palace.
It was hard to get us all there, I remember that much.
Everything about this place is absolutely beautiful.
It is home. And it is my ancestral home.
I'm looking forward to the day you can hopefully come here in person.
Home's a nice thing to have.
The wedding should be in the palace, so I do hope for that. I still will not allow a surface wedding, so if that's...
No, of course not. I did not.
It's...
No, God no. Yeah.
So...
There is somebody... Well, speaking of that, there is somebody I would actually like to invite, but I don't want to suppose that I can invite people to...
It's your wedding, my dear. You can invite whoever you want, as long as they're not enemies of the state.
Yeah. So, I know Cal mentioned that I was a baroness. That's actually quite a recent thing. So, my father was a mercenary who ended up being in charge of extraditing a young prince from his father, who's kind of going insane and on a rampage. And he ended up... Things went a little awry, but he ended up basically being a father to that prince who would eventually overthrow his unjust father and become king. So he views me as in a sibling kind of a way, because even though we didn't get to grow up together, we shared the same father.
Nice.
So that's where that kind of a thing came from. So I would like to be able to invite him, if that's at all.
It's perhaps time I take some of the steps my son has already started, and perhaps introducing our culture to the surface a bit more. Reluctantly and selectively to begin with, but I'm not against it. And no better a time than a wedding.
I would love to get to know more about your society. I've learned a bit through Cal, but I feel like that's also more his perspective.
Well, I hope he does it just.
I hope I do.
You do. You've always said good things. Some of the things strike me as rather surprising, but nothing bad.
What surprises
hard
would
to-
a surface dweller have of the world below?
The glowing cave things, the very dangerous lake, the bug horses.
Yeah, the
The
bug
Qatari,
horses were
yes.
surprised.
Those were very
Yes.
surprising. It makes sense that you wouldn't have normal horses, but I wasn't expecting bugs for some reason.
I mean, by all logic, the bovine species, the cattle, is it? They
Yes.
have multiple stomachs. That is illogical.
It is. I don't understand that either.
I mean, the natural design of creatures is no less strange on the world below than it is above. You have many creatures that just have no innate camouflage abilities for their natural surroundings. It's odd.
Very easy prey.
There's also there's some very strange things that happened with like the domestication of animals in order to make them easier to keep, to make them easier for other humans to spot them. They also ended up making them easier for predators to spot them. And I don't know if that was intentionally done and they were just supposed to be something that needed to be protected from that point forward. But we can get into the ecology of evolution anytime.
I'd like to think the world below's creatures are not so weak. The Qatari have almost a glass-like exoplating over their eyes, so we can pet them. It's functional and it's powerful.
It's very interesting. It's a bit hard. I assume that it's just because of my lack of experience, but it's kind of hard to read like their general expression. Like with horses and things, like the way that they swish their tails and flick their ears oftentimes indicate how they're feeling. So it's hard
The
to
back
find
legs
it.
normally stomp a bit more and they click when they're happy.
They click.
A little.
A little bit.
Oh,
If you
'cause I
manage to
got-
scratch them right under their little plating, just about there, then you'll notice a little clicking noise they'll make.
Okay, that's actually very cute. Next time, what was this? The guy that summoned the bug
Reventier.
horses. Next time Reventier summons them, I want to give one a scritchy.
Mhm.
Is that she
Well,
directed that as Cal?
Next, actually, that's a good point. Ruventier deserves nothing but the fullest applause for his duty on the surface. He's done exceptionally well.
We had a bit of an issue pop up, but it's actually been handled quite effectively.
Which is something I was wanting to speak to you about.
Is it okay
Feel
if
like
this is a
this is-
multi-purpose visit?
Yeah,
I-
this is
I will allow
coming
it
to a
this
bit of a
time, yes.
multi-purpose visit. I've realised there's actually a few things that it's probably better to bring up through this manner of conversation.
Is it possible to get dream tea? Is that a thing?
Yeah. It is. That's a question for you. Can I conjure up dream tea?
I think you can
Non-sustaining, but with the
ethereally
taste.
conjure stuff, but it won't actually fulfill any like proper
Yeah, just the
nutritional
taste of
needs.
No, but
Yeah.
it would like feel like you're like the social thing of
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
if you're like you have like drinks or whatever when you're hanging out with people.
it. Yeah. There would 100%. If that is an option, you would definitely be tea there.
Is it like underground tea stuff or is it something from the
Oh, yeah.
surface?
It's definitely
Yeah,
sort of.
world below
sort of
tea is a lot of
underwater.
like moss-based tea,
Yeah.
It's a nice
and, like
earthy
different
thing.
mushrooms and like
Very
things they-
earthy.
Yeah.
dried
Yeah.
and like sliced and chipped.
Also, Des, what's the name of the moth people?
The
Lunarians.
Lunarians?
Yes, that's it. Yes, that's right. Zwan, you should try this tea. Actually, it's grown by the Lunarians in their district of Asian Alexandria. It's actually made from bioluminescent moss. The entire thing.
I don't mean to be rude, but what's a Lunarian?
I
They're a
suppose-
banished creature from
moth.
Vitrisian.
Yes.
They
What I know what
Yeah.
Vitrisian is.
You know that's the name of the Feywild.
Okay.
They are large bipedal moth creatures that once tried to throw a rebellion, and now they cannot stand any form of sunlight or moonlight or any natural light of the surface, so they are banished and have found a strong place in the world below. And
Mhm.
we have a few of them in Asian Alexandria.
They have designed for them their own quarter with no lighting besides that of bioluminescence to make it inhabitable at all times for them.
I cannot wait until to see bioluminescence. It sounds amazing that you just have creatures that just glow.
It is quite the
It's odd that
spectacle.
you don't, but that's another issue for another time.
But yes, anything. The matter I wanted to discuss before tea. I've told you about King Everett.
I am aware of him, yes.
Become quite a good friend of mine over my time in the service.
He's actually starting to open up with people. I'm so
He
proud of
is.
him.
Well, no, you're talking about me. Oh, right.
Yeah.
That is
Oh
a
yeah,
surprise.
that's 100% like Zamani talking to Queenie.
First a fiance, now a friend. Next thing you're going to tell me you've got a pet.
Not quite. Not since. Let's not get into that
Not
story.
since
That's
the
rather
incident.
sad.
Wait,
No.
what's the incident?
It's a fish did not last very long in the keep.
Oh,
No. That was the last pet I had.
I have two.
It's true, actually.
It's true. I do have two pets.
So, what is this issue you must discuss with
Right.
me?
Anyway, before we are getting distracted, King Everett wishes to arrange a wedding, a marriage between his brother and someone from the world below. Now, initially, he did suggest the notion of one of my sisters. However, he also said that nobility in general would also be sufficient, but he wishes to grow and develop the bond between Burton and the world below.
He did ask for high standing / in good standing nobility. I don't know if that is an important detail, or if it should just be assumed.
I cannot promise anything. I would very much so like to meet this Everett myself.
Well, he'll be invited to the wedding, of course.
We can discuss it at the wedding, so I need to get a measure of him.
Of course.
But if he is of good standing, the king of another country, perhaps wedding one of your sisters too is not the most ludicrous. There are only so many connections one can make in the world below with a family as old as ours.
Precisely. And I do
You said
hope
he is
to...
at least half elven, yes?
Yes, from the Morabia elves.
At least it's not present, so we can make do.
We haven't come quite to that stage with them yet.
Yeah. So, if that is option one of the many things you wish to discuss with me on short notice, yes, that is something I will discuss with the King Everett upon meeting him, but I cannot promise anyone's hand to a man I have not met.
Of course. I just wanted to give you ample time to prepare and consider the offer. I think I've done enough with
It's to his
surprising
brother,
you
correct?
Correct.
And if he marries one of your sisters, he will have to live in the world below, so I will need to meet this brother as well.
Absolutely.
From what we know of him so far, he tends to be a man of few words.
Yes, and from what I understand, a rather militaristic individual in
Man of
regards to his
action.
outlook.
He would probably get along with many of the men in the world below, sir.
Oh yes, I'm not sure. Did we mention to Everett about the council that was being held, the summit?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, we did.
because I
Okay.
invited him.
That's right. And did he say yes or
He's
yay or nay?
basically
He said that he couldn't step away from the city, but that he
I thought-
supported it whole-heartedly, and that if he could, he wanted to be there. But he doesn't feel like it would be.
he's currently trying to stamp out any fires of
Yeah.
of
I thought
an
it was
uprising.
much. I thought it was much.
Yeah.
Right. But that is. Well, I just also want to give you enough time. I feel like I've dropped enough bombshells on you for one lifetime.
Yeah. Perhaps more than any of your siblings, yes.
Well, look, between you and me, they have much more straightforward lives, I suppose.
I would love to meet them one day.
I would very much so like that. My eldest, she is coming to the summit to observe and.
Wonderful. I'm so excited to meet her and get to meet you in person.
It should be nice to see you finally. I can't be so formal in person, so do not take it as a slight.
I wouldn't dream of it. Thank you for the heads up, though, so I know what to expect. Cal's currently teaching me Elvish, because I feel like that's the fairest way to really go about this.
I assume
Fast
most of
learner as well.
if I'm not, I will be surprised if the summit takes place in any other language between Prescient and ourselves. So
Yes, it's just especially. I know that I'm an outsider, but I feel like even if I knew Elvish already, that it would be respectful.
it
You're in the-
definitely would be good for you to start learning Elvish because you will have to make your vows in Elvish.
And besides, you're only an outsider for now. Very soon, you will no longer be one.
As somebody who has always been an outsider, I am well aware of the fact that even once you are welcomed into an in-group, there are certain things about you that are always outsider. I will never not be a tiefling. And she gives like a little flap of her wings.
I suppose, but you do. I mean, if you took away those and the horns, you do look relatively starless.
That's
And
fair. I have the
can't
complexion
change
for
the
it.
eyes. You have the complexion.
Okay, it'll fit in that way. But no, I can agree on certain parts of that, but an Azaria is wholeheartedly accepted into the community, regardless of their forebringing, of what they were before.
I guess it is what I mean is it's less about acceptance and more about you can be accepting of somebody and still realize that they have a history that is not of your people.
Correct, but our shared experience is what help us grow as a nation.
I really love the way that you go about talking about your nation and leading it.
I do my best. It is a hard nation to lead at times. It is not an easy life for most of us.
Leadership, I don't think could ever be. And if it was, it means that something's going wrong.
I just hope that Ilvanis is as apt and ready for it when I take my time to pass.
Which is the oldest sister who's also coming to the summit that Zamani would know because
Yes.
Cal has told her the name of his
I assume,
sister.
Yes.
Cal, quick, name every sibling you have.
Oh fuck. Can you still.
You're at gunpoint. We're cocking the hammer back right now.
Okay. Yep.
It's a gun, not a hammer,
yep,
Jen. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Such a shitty
Let me
joke.
have my old timey gun joke, okay?
All right.
Well, I mean, every gun has a hammer, but I'm thinking the old powder ones with the.
Yeah.
Okay, you had your delay. Calendar, name every sibling ever.
Yeah. There's.
Oh, this is real.
Is this in character or out of
No,
character?
I just want you to say them for Jen.
Elvinus, Calariac, Talwyn, and Valenza.
So you have 3 sisters, or one of? You also mentioned having a
sisters.
brother.
3 sisters and a brother.
Okay, and you're the youngest of 5.
The youngest of 5.
Okay, cool. Zamani has definitely committed those to memory. Me, not so much.
Yep, I'll just send you the whole thing.
Thank you.
Just put it in the Nerds in Trouble. It'd be nice to just have it pinned somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if there's also because I assume that the spelling is not phonetic, at least for English.
Yes.
The
So,
phonetic reading of those would be super spicy.
Yeah.
Doesn't have
It
to be
is.
done now, though. Oh, look at all those apostrophes. You're such a gamer.
Absolutely.
All Falcons here will have it.
But yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what happens next.
Well, you have questions about being a mother. Unless there's something we need to talk about before motherhood.
No, not unless there was anything else that you've neglected to tell your mother.
I'm trying to think. I think anything else.
Cal would know that playful pointedness was again just her re-emphasizing the fact that she thinks that Cal should say something about the sharks.
Yes, but let's perhaps discuss this first.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, you discuss. I'll just enjoy the tea. I've missed this, honestly.
Kind of, Cindy, you're going to have to pay attention because this would apply to parenthood as a general scope of things,
Right.
and I do expect grandchildren.
I will pay attention whilst enjoying the tea.
There's a little bit of a backstory when it comes to this. Is that okay?
Please, tell me everything that I must know to understand.
When we were in, I believe it was Ojakir, right? When we were in Ojakir, we were pursuing a man who was seeking to attain immortality through dubious means. One of these means was using the souls of children in order to try to transpose his consciousness into their bodies. One of his experiments resulted in the consciousnesses of 12 of these children to merge. What is the creature like? I know we joked about it being an oobly boobly, but I don't.
It's technically not Nublex because it's just stat block that's modified. She is a complete unique creature. There's nothing like her.
Okay. How would I describe? She's not like gelatinous, but she is like
Plasmoid.
plasmoid. Okay. Into the 12 of them, their consciousnesses fused together, and the physical form is now of a more plasmoid nature than it is of a humanoid. She
Right.
attacked us thinking that we were her enemy, and realizing what she was, we subdued her, and I've taken into caring for her. And all of the others. I've only met 3 of them so far. But I do know that there are 12 of them, and the person who is out and existing and facing the world most of the time, her name is Zelly, and she protects and takes care of all of the other kids' consciousnesses. She does have the ability to split, and there can be multiple of them out in the world at a time. But these are all children who have been deeply scarred and stolen from their livelihoods and from their parents and from all of they've ever known, and then been fused together. Some of the consciousnesses fear me and distrust me because all they know of me at this point was when Zelly attacked and we defended ourselves. And aside from that, and just wanting to gain their trust and wanting to protect them, I see so much of my past in theirs. And I want to give them a better life, and I want to teach them. I don't know if it's possible for them to grow up, but if they can, I want to teach them how to be adults and how to go about the world and give them the chance to be a kid. You've already been through too much.
You have a very good heart to take this on yourself. This burden. That's a difficult one. I can't say I've ever had a situation quite anything like it. So how often does one stumble upon 12 children? Anyone needing of a home?
I adopted an entire classroom.
I think you quite did.
Zelly is at the same time both incredibly mature and the most devious, playful child that I've ever known. I think she uses it to hide and to try to put on a brave face. But she has no concept of like morality, of like what is good or bad. And teaching her that as somebody who has to kill bad people, how do you tell a child who's the bad people?
She seems quite mature for already. I suppose the biggest thing that I had that made it easier, I suppose. He's a good set of people around you to help you. Obviously, I was extremely busy and could not spend as much time with my children as I would have liked, but the best and the brightest to help you care for them, to teach them, as I find that one of the biggest things that children need, especially in their formative years, is their teachers. They learn so much more from their teachers than they do from us sometimes. Their classes are important, and they look to them as, no matter how cool you are, you will never be the. You're never going to be cool to your children. Never.
Understandable.
The teachers who know the fancy tricks of magic or military might are the ones that they may end up looking up to. I think you must know to ask for help is a big part of it, and, and if Callison is not already helping as much as he should, do not be afraid to make him.
I'm trying. I didn't even say anything, and I'm getting dragged into this.
To be fair, he is trying. He's not very good at it, but he's also just trying to learn how to open up with adults in general. He does very good with the more playful things and allowing the jokes to facilitate. Right now, she's in a phase where because she is like plasmoid, she can like turn herself into like the plasmoid form instead of presenting as a humanoid, and she travels through the stones in the walls, and she likes to moo at Cal because instead of calling him Calisandir, she started calling him Cowasandir, and it is absolutely endearing.
I mean, that is funny.
It is
Right.
actually endearing.
It's quite funny.
If your siblings had figured that one out when you were a child, that would have been rude.
God, I would have never had the end of it if they knew what cows were, but, that's not really something we would think of.
Were you the sensitive little nerd, Cal, that when your sisters picked on you too much, you came crying to your mom?
No, I was the one that kind of just let everything happen and just... Maybe.
Zavani is like, yeah. And then she turns to Queenie and she's like...
She's just sipping her tea and nodding. Before he went on his cousin fair, Calisandir was quite the delicate soul. For he was a prophet to the dying god. He was a bright-eyed young boy with dreams of grandeur and might. And
he still has.
I think he would have done himself proud.
The painter, and she like kind of gestures back over to like the family portrait. I know that Cal doesn't like his hair that he had there, but whoever did it did an amazing job. They captured that light. I've never seen Cal look like that. I've seen him close.
Hearing that, sorry.
No, seriously, I've seen him close, but never quite there.
I'll say after hearing that and just looking back over the portrait, he's just like, there's almost just, I would say for probably most people, but considering it is his mother and Zamani, probably just a bit of like almost like a sad, reflective look comes over Cal, just like reminiscing back on that.
As painful as it is, I think to be an adult is to lose that part of yourself and keep it hidden away. I don't think you're far
from right. It's just have these moments with people you care about. Complain about your children. The gods know I did. What was that, Callison? Do you have something to say?
No, I was coughing. I'm sorry.
I guess
sits back up straight.
When it comes to... Wait a second, sorry. It's still kind of early and names are chronically difficult for me.
Annette or?
Yeah, it was going to be Annette. So, of the three that I've met so far, Zelly is, of course, the most outgoing and trusting. And then you have Elrin, who is soft and polite, but he thinks things through. Like you can watch and process things in a very kind of almost physical way. When it comes to Annette, she is in a constant state of flight. fear, anxiety, and crying. She remembers her dad, and she remembers him suddenly being gone. And one of our party members looks very similar to her father. And I don't know how to help her to just be a little less afraid of me and of the world.
But that the best thing I could say is perhaps, I don't know if it's possible, but get more. I hope that they're not doing classes by themselves. There should be other children around them.
Well, they have each other right now, but in RIL, the only child around of their age group is her, as far as Zamani knows, right?
No, there's peasantry out in RIL that has kids around the same age.
Okay, because I remembered we met a few of them, but I don't remember any of them having kids, so I didn't realize
fair few of them
how
did.
much things.
Yeah, fair few of them.
Okay.
And the biggest thing for when you have as her eyes like start to drift towards Calcine and then back, when you have a sensitive child, is make sure they have a place of their own, a safe space. And I know perhaps all of them have a shared body, but that does not mean that all of them must share the same room. Perhaps when one is in control, you could have them have separate areas, so they have a sense of, while they are one, they also have their individuality, and give her a safe space to feel comfortable, a place where the world isn't falling down around her. As for her father, I don't think there's much you can do for that, but comfort in numbers, don't make her the only one there. Might be overwhelming if she feels like everything is on her.
Yeah.
And I would also suggest that one thing I did with a lot of my children early on is they're young and they start recognizing things around them, and getting that little bit of inquisitivity is to bring them around the castle, the keep, the home, and show them everything. Show them the nooks and crannies, the cupboards where monsters hide, and show them where things are really safe. This is safe for them, and while within these walls they won't be hurt.
Thank you. I hadn't thought of that because, I mean, they have much more access to the different parts of the castle than I could ever have, so I guess I thought that she would already have found it, but it makes perfect sense to show them the safety of it.
When Zelly goes into a plasmoid form and zips throughout the crevices and crooks of the castle, that could be scary for some of the kids who don't know what's coming up. They don't know what's within. As I have had children who are love for wanderlust and finding things that they're not meant to, and I've had children the very thought of that scares them. But intense Quack, thanks for the raid. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
What's up with you guys? What have you been doing?
What's going on?
Oh,
You're playing D&D? Tell us about your D&D. Like, what? Tell us your shtick. Give us your elevator pitch. We're doing a mini session, a lot of roleplay today. So if you're confused about what's happening in any specific scene, currently Calicindia and Zamani are dreaming with Calicindia's mother and trying to get advice on how to be a mother.
To give you a basic rundown, Calicindia is what we call starless elves, which come from like a world beneath the surface. Zamani is a tiefling from above. Cal is a prince. Zamani is not, but they're navigating, starting like the beginnings of like a relationship, and Zamani has adopted this plasmoid, very traumatized collective of children, and she doesn't know how to be a mom because she grew up on the street. So she is currently dream talking to Cal's mom about how to be a good mom, basically.
But yeah, tell us what you're doing.
Out of the dream, we're on a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Cal are the big role players of the group, and we wanted to get to talk more for a few things, but we felt bad making the other players sit there.
Hey, someone else is just finishing a big RP session in a dreamscape, making deals with another being. playing a grimdark
Ooh.
setting with a homebrew campaign. Yeah, we are also a full homebrew campaign
That
with our
sounds-
entire setting of
Yeah.
Quintus. It's
That
been
sounds
in the
amazing.
development since 2019,
Yeah.
end of 2018.
Very cool.
Sounds fun, though.
The world anvil that they've been making is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's intense, and if
working
something like
well.
that interests you, we have anyone who subs to the channel gets access to the World Anvil Prime or whatever.
Cool.
If you got Prime, why is your Prime not used? Use your Prime. I don't care who it's for, but use your Prime.
But yeah, so if you have any additional questions, because we at this point we are 51 sessions in, so we know that there's a lot. Feel free to ask, and we'll all work together, and we will answer any questions that you could ever have.
Yeah.
Please use Prime.
And Intensecrack, thank you for the follow. And Alexio, thank you for the follow. And Don Camulus, thank you for the follow. Really game review. We're happy to have you here. This is kind of an unusual time slot. Our regular game is Mondays at a very, very similar time. So if you want to see our mainline campaign where things are more intense and getting ready to take on an Island of Undead and see the entire full story, it's there. And if you want to catch up, all our VODs go live, which I'm trying to be more consistent on, live on Wednesdays on our YouTube channel. So if you check out our socials, I do !socials. I don't know if YouTube's in it. That would be smarter than. Oh no, it is. Look at that. I'm just amazing.
It is.
All of it's playlisted as well.
At me or something. I need to reformat that later because that's a mess.
It is a mess.
Where are we based? All across the world. Des, the DM, is in Ireland. Jen is in the US. I'm in Australia. So
we have a table of normally of 5 players with 4 time zones.
Yeah. So it's a lot of
Scheduling's a nightmare.
I wake up at 6 a.m. to play with these fuckers. So.
I
play at 12.
Up at like 2:30 a.m.
Yeah, based Aussie.
True.
Look, I love my based Aussies.
Yeah.
You're all Australians.
Hey,
nice.
Welcome.
Nice. So,
very cool.
As the dream continues, a few more questions for Queen Zil Zorzana.
Okay. More of like wanting to express things. So it's like, okay, I never really thought about the conflicts because like of course they're children, so of course they're going to argue, but I never really thought of the whole idea of just the way that one child navigates the world being absolutely terrifying for another of them. But getting to know Annette, I can definitely see how just seeing the way that Zelly moves through things would probably be quite scary. I turn to Cal. I know it's not high on the priority list, but can we please fix the tunnel? Because that room that they found underneath the fountain has at least become a safe place for Zelly and Elrin. And it would be nice for us to have access to it.
That's true.
Especially if they ever decide they want to invite us in.
I think as well, every time we've been to Ariel, I've been a little distracted with the running of the place, but I should spend.
Your fucking people don't listen to me. It annoys the shit out. Yeah, they don't listen to me.
Who doesn't listen to you?
I mean, to be fair, they do the whole thing of like this is Calicindir's castle. You don't get to decide where we do the thing and blah blah blah, which makes sense.
No, but I want names. Who has?
I don't fucking know them. Just people, because they've seen me going like, I'm going to do this thing, and they're like,
right.
I was told that we aren't supposed to do. Well, I mean, it makes sense to be fair because I mean, we didn't really have this like very clearly defined relationship before now, so like it is not like don't yell at your people because it's fair. But I
don't know. I won't, but I will speak to Vocatil. I'll bring it up in a polite and concise manner, and hopefully she will handle it.
Thank you. That would make things easier for setting things up for Zelly, at least.
I wasn't aware that you were being treated as such, but
well, it's not that I was being treated badly, but more like somebody coming into somebody else's house and trying to tell you how you should put away your dishes. Right. That was more the general senses of what I was picking up. Which, to be fair, it is your keep, so it is fair that I would be received in such a way.
Of course. But I shall tell them that you are my betrothed, and that is not the
that's gonna
correct behavior.
Kind of like Corinne's neck, so no ring yet then.
Now, I feel like you cannot pin this one here on me. We have been traveling across the world. We have been meeting with old gods. We have been fighting liches.
To be
There's been
absolutely
a lot.
fair on his part, any of the funds that we have had and collected as a group have gone towards components for spells, for things like resurrections in case we enter into any dangerous fights.
I think
It
it
would be a
only
bit-
fair that, following suit in your father's wishes, although I can't give it to you now, he said his first son to propose to a woman should get the ring he gave me.
Oh,
But then what does...
what?
I have
What's
the lovable
yours?
oath, I don't need the ring.
That's a fair way of looking
It
at
doesn't
it.
even go with the royal jewels most of the time, so...
In that case, I would be gracious for that. Thank you.
Thank
He
you.
made me a packet specifically for the the
Of
travel.
course he did.
Vampire Warlock.
I suppose he's not coming, still banned after everything.
He's on his way. He's on his way to prove what he did was wrong, and to show that he won't be
course.
doing such a thing again.
Understandable. Although it will be a little bit funny because when I did meet him before, he didn't think I was listening, but of course I was listening. There was a little conversation of like, how do you feel about that girl? It's going to be very funny to rectify that.
That is
now.
my Brathen. I hope it did not
he thought
embarrass
he
me
was-
too much.
No, no, it's nothing like that. I don't have that high society, this is the way that things should be done. Like, I understand it and I know how to conform to it and to manipulate it into what you need it to be at times. But no, people are who they are, and as long as they don't mean ill. No, he was just being worried for his son and knew that you had plans for him.
So, I feel like you're
He
going to
was-
get on with my husband very well.
I'm trying my best
Yes.
to get on with most.
Can I
very
say, are
well.
you marrying your father? At least a little bit. At least.
I mean, it's the same manner in some aspects, I suppose.
Well, in that equation, then
I
that
mean-
makes him like you, and I think that there are some things about him that I don't know if they apply to you.
Pray tell what?
Well, I feel like
This
you
will
would
be
wield
fun.
the chains of torment, not the other way around.
Oh, for-
I don't think anyone's ever been brave enough to say that to me.
I've worked in a brothel for a very long time.
But no. No one lays a hand on my skin without my permission.
See? Not everything is flip.
But she arrests like Alison, you're just
Allison is just it's like what?
the day you learn your son's a bottom.
I know we make that joke. I feel like they're actually probably both switches and they just get to take turns,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is funny.
100% they just do like they
Samani
experiment.
So-
does
They
not
try
make that
things.
known.
Other
though.
than asking me about how to raise children and informing me of my son's sex life, is there anything else you really wish to discuss with me tonight?
I'm sorry, I had to embarrass him a little bit like that.
I've been non-stop embarrassed this entire time, multiple ways. First with the hair, now this. Oh,
The hair's not embarrassing. You just feel shy of it
It
because
is.
it's your own. It's not.
this way of
Honestly,
being
I
embarrassed
do
is-
think it looked quite well on him when Elvanus did braid it, but he did not like the look.
Well, braids can also be kind of uncomfortable depending on how tightly they did them.
I was about to head off my car's in Via. I wasn't entirely sure if it would fit with the prince image that I wanted to bring, you know?
Very worried about his image all the time. But
Mm,
is there anything
Makes
else I
sense,
can
he's
do
the
for you
youngest.
two?
I think that was the biggest thing. But it's been
Anything-
lovely to get to just chat and get to know you more.
I suppose there is one thing.
Right?
So you've absolutely noticed and you've made very aware of the additions, shall we call them?
No, that makes it sound like it's an endearing thing. It's not. It's a negative thing. Word it right.
They are a sign of the dying god's favor at the same time.
Don't make it into a positive thing.
Out with it,
It's a-
boy. I don't have all day.
I feel their effects.
I'm not surprised.
It is draining. And there have been some moments that have been particularly difficult. As Zamani can personally attest to.
I thought that you deserved to know, so I've been gently pushing him towards telling you.
You are your own man at this age, and I can't tell you what to do. However, I am your mother, and I will always tell you what to do. You need to take care of yourself. Drastically so. If it is a matter of life or death, it can be excused at times, but if last I saw you, you had but one glimmer of a star in your eye, and now I count close mid-20s in your eyes.
To be fair, those red ones did pop up because he attained a secondary shard, so those aren't necessarily his fault.
That was when the Eye of Ruin presented me with the shard.
But we can still blame him for it.
Another note entirely. I saw the Eye of Ruin in his true form, Mother. I saw an old god as they were meant to be seen.
Must admit there is a twang of jealousy.
It took quite a bit of convincing.
It took a toll, entirely honest as well, but it was worth it.
I have a bit of an out of character thing because based on the way that me and Raph have constructed how we like Zamani and Cal's relationship off screen, I feel like one of the things she would have asked is like how much your mom should know about things.
Cal and Cindy would have basically said if there's anyone that you could that he feels comfortable being open with outside of Zamani, it's her.
Okay, because
So-
like the reason why is because like she already of course knows about the summit and she knows a lot about Samael, but she doesn't know about like the stuff that Xerxes has told. And so she wouldn't know what is okay to tell her.
Right. Look, Calicinda would have probably just told her, like, when speaking with her, ultimately, Calicinda trusts her with any information, but just whatever's, like, with anything, whatever Zamani, he probably didn't anticipate sex life comments, but when he said
Okay,
that...
you know Zamani well enough to know that that would be... She literally made a handcuffs joke in front of the king of Rendell Toast.
Yeah.
Come on now.
The king of Rendell Toast. Yeah, look, Cal would have basically said, be as open as you want.
Okay.
Like, he trusts her enough to tell her anything.
Because it would have been more based on, like, less on his trust in his mom and more of his trust in his mom's position and, like, the ability of her not to be, like, taken, manipulated, or misled.
Oh, 100%. Look, at least from Cal's perspective, he sees her as very much the last person that would fall in terms of being manipulated or corrupted.
Okay. Feelings or comments from Des?
Yeah, this is up to you guys. I feel like that's fairly well described. So
yeah, but yeah, the way Cal would have put it out, he would have had not even a little bit of doubt in terms of describing his mother, in terms of being very much like she is incorruptible and very much a strong-minded individual.
Okay. Based on that, it would as much as she loves Cal, then she would assume that is based more on his perception of his mom and less on the actual state of things at the time. So she probably would still withhold things. And if that's how he phrased it to her, that like, if she is uncorruptible, then she would have been like, nobody is uncorruptible. But she probably wouldn't have tried to confront his visions of his perspective on his mom because, okay, thank you. I was lacking information that I knew Zamani would have. Since we're approaching the subject, I wasn't sure if she would tell Zerzana about the dragon and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because like
yeah.
that's the motivating factor for this.
Yeah.
And because the only reason why she would be willing to tell her is to put an emphasis on how important the summit is beyond
Yeah.
just this plan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would have Zamani? Sorry, just to go into very out of character territory. But would have Zamani brought that up to Calicinda in terms of that being a specific thing that she's unsure about whether or not to mention? Or
Yes. Yeah. Because like
Okay.
at this point, like with the number of times like in character I have fucking like drilled Cal on being open and like sharing things
Yeah.
with her, I think it would be disingenuous as a character, even though this didn't happen on screen,
Yeah.
for her to have like withheld these kind of things, especially since she's like already pulled Cal so far into this plan that she's concocted.
I think
Because like she thinks
Cal?
that the queen will take it
Sorry?
seriously, but she doesn't know like if she will take it seriously enough. You know what I mean?
Cal would, how to put this, would say to tell in terms of tell his mother, but he's unsure considering the weight of what is being brought up. He is unsure about how to properly calculate her response. He doesn't know how she would respond or how she would act when presented with this, because he's never seen her presented with anything of this sort before.
Okay, cool.
So he would trust her with his information and trust you to tell her, but he just wouldn't really be able to tell. He would have said like he wouldn't be able to tell Zamani how she would act to that knowledge.
Okay, then with the gravity of it, then that would mean more to him than just like Cal's blind belief in his mom, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry to like take
No,
us so
like-
far out of what we were doing.
No.
I would rather us have a clear, concise idea of where we want to take the roleplay, so that's always okay. Like,
Okay.
and always ask for clarifying information.
Okay. So with like Cal bringing up like the stars and like meeting the god, then Zamani would kind of like pop in at that point and be like, it took a lot of convincing, and given the gravity of the situation, I think it's important for you to understand something that we've very recently learned. Mind you, this is something that not even the rest of our party all know, because Mercestiel has connections with the Ascended Gods, and depending on how deep that connection goes, it could cause very grievous problems for this. The only reason why the Eye of Ruin was willing to break his vow to not reveal his form because of the representations of its corrupt and its war and its horror, like all of the horrible things that it caused, is because the shards of the dying god, we've learned that is one of those is how the ascended gods ascended.
Our belief was correct.
And from that, having that being confirmed, with the dying gods' propensity for visions and seeing the future, every ascended god who used the shard has started having visions.
Visions of what?
Of a great and horrible dragon from the other side of the world who massacred millions and went on a war of the gods. I didn't know that this was something that existed, but they all did, and I don't know if this is something that is in Starless history, even protected Starless history.
No, it is not.
But the visions are of the future, not of the past, and show him breaking through the barrier that is separating the oceans and our lands, and continuing his rampage on our continent.
I have
So the
seen many. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. The reason why Samael is doing what he's doing is because he's attempting to break down all of humanity so that he can build it back up under his single united image, because that's the only way that he believes that humanity can stand a chance. And all the ascended gods have forgotten that they had strength because they stood together. So Xerxes has noticed this and is helping. Part of the reason why he's so intent on playing a role in helping us with these shards, not just because of my relationship with him, but because he wants any and all allies that he can. And he believes that bringing back, what's the other name for the dying god? I'm sorry.
The guiding light.
Thank you. Okay, I just didn't want to say the wrong one.
No,
Bringing
that's okay.
back the guiding light, he feels like would be an immensely powerful ally to that, and potentially a unifying force. Because fractured, we will not make it. And I tell you this because I know that the summit was already important, but I want you to understand how important it is.
And you roll me, both of you, a persuasion check.
Mhm. Oh. Okay, that's
I haven't rolled yet. I'm looking for my fucking sheet. Where'd it go? There it is.
That is a 27.
Okay, that's one success.
Okay. 32.
So,
Wait, no.
Queen's
31. Sorry. I used my deception, not the other one. Sorry.
as Quincel's Rosanna sits there thinking. She looks like she's trying to process all of this as you count through everything that could happen. There is a knock, knock, knock on the door into the room.
Somebody would stand up and go open the door if she's able to. I know it's not her dreamscape, but she would. 'Cause she's
You
assuming
go.
it's Xerxes based on the
You
knocking.
go and open the door.
Mhm.
Almost dipping down to enter in this tall, beautiful elven man. Deep
Oh.
purple skin. Long white and gold hair. Cassandra, you've seen this shaky image before many times. The symbol of a hand outstretched coming through a
Hal
morning
drops to his
sunrise.
knees. Hal just
Yeah.
drops.
You see, both at this stage, the Queen of Rosanna has dropped to her knees.
I'm very sorry. I do not know who you are.
I cannot stay for very long. It's taking everything I have to focus to be here. You do not know who I am, but you know my name. I am of the guiding light, as you have spoken of.
It's lovely to meet you.
It is a pleasure to see your mind was able to be repaired. I wasn't sure if I had set things right in the first space.
Thank you. You did a wonderful job. I appreciate it deeply.
Those of my worship, you may stand up. I do not wish to spend the few moments I have of lucidity with groveling.
So I just like, pull it together, guys.
Yeah, they
This
get
is
up there.
there's almost just like there's almost a tear.
Yeah.
Like, just
He walks.
forming.
This dude's like close to like 10 foot tall. He can't even.
Yeah.
He's struggling to bring his own height down, even to a star elven form. He walks towards the table and may I sit?
Of course, please. No. God.
He sits down and kind of puts his hand on yours, just on top of yours for a second, Cassian goes, breathe, I'm always with you. You don't need to be flustered by it now.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting this.
I hear the words ring true, and in the land of sleepless dreams I find it easiest to manifest, so this is ideal.
I'm honored to have you.
It is true. The Dragon King is coming. and it will all burn if we are not careful. I intend to help stop it, but when my father made me, among many, to break down the Void Dragon, my brothers and I split it into 3. 2 of which became gods known to the realm as the Horned Serpent, the Jeweled Wings, and a 3rd that bore Starless and Stars and all elves before, the Matron of the Woods, and my brother the Dawn Watcher, who you should, I believe, have met. The Horned Serpent was awoken. The Jeweled Wings was absorbed, and many gods are being slain, their slumbering forms, back in the homeland of your predecessors. I've never been, and I regret leaving my brother behind. I must tell you this while I have the small chance. You are made beautiful in the image of the gods. Star elves, the most pure creation. But you inherit our arrogance, and that is your often downfall. The unity has always been what has split the stars up. So he kind of looks to Queen Zilzar's who's just like tears rolling down her face, like basking in the beauty of a god. So he looks to her and he goes, "You have done so well leading your people. I've always admired the bits and pieces I hear when I am whole. But you must put aside petty qualms. If ever you are to return to the stars, lest they even return to the sky, they must return to you all first. If it even is possible, I do not know. But you," as he stands up and he grabs Calicinder's hands to pull him up to his feet.
Yes.
"My boy, you will be the salvation of me. And you, for the first moment I can grant to anyone, I return your stars," as he kisses your forehead and Calicinder's eyes explode in a galaxy. Calicinder, you can change the race on your sheet from Starless to Star Elf.
What? Dude!
And in the burst of the galaxy, as the stars kind of like scatter across the room, the guiding light dissipates.
Holy fuck!
At the same, the dream gets pretty much severed. This sheer influx of magic.
Zamani like sits straight up in bed and like her first reaction, like her instinctual reaction, is to check on Cal.
Calicinder, would you like to describe the beauty of a galaxy that now rests within your eyes?
Indescribable is the best way of putting it, but it is, I imagined, like, it's almost just not just the stars, but also just all of the lights and just various patterns and shifting just clouds of space in his eyes, just completely.
If you look out the window and look up, it is what is up there.
Yeah, it is the full complexity of the night sky with everything in it. A perfect reflection almost of what is above. The same constellations. I like to think that there's one of like the returning constellations in there is the one that the Ivorun put in the sky.
Yeah.
The Kingfishers.
Could say they're starstruck, yes, absolutely.
Yes, starstruck. But for Calcinder himself, he is starstruck. He is.
Calcinder. Also, you see Calcinder as he stands up, he's grown about a foot taller.
Big boy.
Calcinder already quite tall. Star elves were generally speaking quite
like
taller.
Over 7 foot now. Jesus. He is a giant.
I assume they're still sitting on the bed, so Zamani hasn't realized this yet, but she definitely has like both of her hands on his face, like, "Are you okay?" Like, of course, like she's slightly in awe as well, but her number one concern is
You
like
can also
her
remove
cow.
the madness that was affecting your perception. Your madness score has been reduced by 1.
Here's the perception, get rid of that. Oh,
The -1.
okay.
It has been since 2018 when the Star Elves were first described as a thing a character could return to as an elf. And
Here we are.
it took till 2023 for a player character to successfully get enough boons to a god to return to being a Star Elf.
I feel good, I suppose. I don't know. I feel.
Breathe. Take a minute.
I don't
It's
know.
okay. You're starting to hyperventilate,
Like,
and I don't want you to accidentally put
was that
yourself
real?
into shock. It was real. She doesn't activate the mirror that for Jornvir or anything, but she
Yeah.
does like take it out and she shows him.
Callison just starts weeping. There's just tears as he just sees the stars reflected in there.
This is when it just like embraces and hugs him and like gives him like back rubs until he like.
You can still
tries
see
it out.
distinctly the
Yes.
extra stars that have been
Yeah.
added, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
almost underlaid isn't a new entire galaxy.
the stars returned.
They've definitely started to, and yours have.
We didn't even know if it was possible. Heck. They're there.
You're on the right path.
Right.
Enjoy it. Don't do that. Don't do that thing
I'm
where you
sorry.
take a deep breath and you put all of your emotions,
No,
whether they're
no,
good in or
I'm-
bad, in a little box.
I'm
Enjoy
just
it.
trying to steady myself.
Okay,
Just
good.
to try and think. This is good. This is definitely good.
Yes. It shows
And
that you're,
that
you're on
he
the right
appeared
track.
in the dream. He
Uh-huh.
appeared. He was there.
I can sketch him out later for you if you want.
I don't need to. It's still there in my mind. It won't leave.
It might be helpful to show some people you care about, though.
Xander, you get a
It's
message in your mind from your mother being like, "Are you
Yeah.
okay? Did that happen?"
Just
What-
quickly opens the book. It happened, Mother. The stars have returned. To myself, at least, but they have returned.
Do you want to go back in, or are you overwhelmed and you need the time?
I think I need time, perhaps.
Make that known to her.
Thank you, Zamari.
It's okay.
Thank you.
I understand, and she would even if you didn't. But sometimes it's nice to know.
I should ask. Mother, did you want to speak again, or
Ask for a moment
that
if you
alright?
need it.
is it all right if I
Comes
take
back.
a moment?
Take as long as you need. I have a lot to think on. This changes everything.
It does.
So yeah, that persuasion was not for Queen Zilzorzana.
Oh, fuck.
That was to reach the guiding light.
But we are on the right path, Mother. We are on the right path. You and I, we can do this, all of us.
Rather than writing back until the stars return, she writes back in a beautiful Elvish script. So now my stars return.
Aw.
I can't wait to meet Trina next. Just
Shit,
walk
I'm
up to
so
the
hard.
Holy shit, for the summit though. For the summit.
There is
Yeah,
going to be. You can now change your name as well from Prince Calasindir Thalkalzir, Prince of the Starless, to Prince Calasindir Thalkalzir, the first of the Starless,
At the start.
the first of the Star Elves.
Just you existing is going to like greatly impact people,
Yes.
and just being there.
It shows that it is truly possible. It has been through your journey to rejoin the halves of the many shards of the Dying God. But also, one of the biggest parts is ignoring the arrogance of the elves and breaking down ancestral grudges, trying to reunite. Whether it was the other side of the world where the Sun and the Moon elves split off for the Dawn Watcher, or the Prescient and the Starless splitting off. You were doing ways to break. And I will say Calisindra has truly, in his own mind, broken down these divides between them.
Zamani, I don't think I could have ever done this without you.
That's what we do for the people we love.
It is.
You're doing the same for me. Might not be manifesting and literally
No,
becoming
it's not.
a race that was thought to be lost to time. You do the same for me.
I will, always.
So,
regardless of the stars or not in my eyes. Sorry, Des.
Calisindra. On top of you becoming a Star Elf, there is a few boons that will manifest over the next coming months. But for now, you may now ignore mortal age limit.
Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. I have a very long life ahead of me so long as I live. Cool.
Until you choose to pass, you will be able to stay.
Or I guess get murdered in combat.
Yeah. Or get murdered in combat. So, what would you like to do? Obviously, I'd say that take you sleep for the night and you will wake up the next day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just because this is not all happening on day one.
There's definitely going to be like, what the fuck? How dare you be this much taller than me when like you stand up in the morning?
Yeah.
You stand up.
Yeah. Stand up in the morning. All right,
That's fucking unfair. And she's just gonna walk out of the room.
I didn't have a choice.
I don't care.
Cal, you immediately hit your head when you stand up, by the way.
Ow. All right. It's gonna take some getting used to. Before I forget, open the book, pull up Kelsia's page. Kelsia,
About faces.
I thought that'd get your attention.
Shut up.
All right, Kelsia, do you have the dream spell? Sorry for the strange request out of nowhere.
Let me check Calzir's shit.
Come on.
You can't literally like send us that as an option and then not have even checked his sheet. Because
Here.
if you decide to go with the sheet and the sheet doesn't say it, that's cruel.
I'm literally just trolling right now.
Okay,
Kelsie
good.
responds back being like, it's a bit early in the day, don't you think? Or is it necessary? Is it something I must do immediately?
He's like, let me go get the chamomile.
I mean, perhaps a bit later, but I was wondering if you could bring Zelly with you. If
And
you
any of the
cast
kids
it.
who want to come.
Zamani also says any of the kids if they wish to come, as well. Whoever does.
You know, sure, I will do that in the morning.
Okay,
Right, in the morning, in the evening.
Perfect. We look forward to seeing you all again.
Absolutely, I
Right.
will do my best to get everything ready. Who am I targeting?
Target Zamani.
Can you come as well?
No.
No? Okay.
Calzin would have to be with Kelsier when he's casting the
Okay.
spell.
Mhm.
Please, I will double check the
I just don't know how it works.
one creature's dreams. So
Because
yeah.
we've also bent it slightly.
Yeah.
True, but I'd say you can't dream to like a few
Yeah,
people at the
multiple
same
people.
time. Like, you're targeting one person.
We cannot make a group conference call for.
No.
This is a 1-to-1 and just one person has to. There's multiple people standing on that computer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just Zamani. She wants to
Alright.
speak to the children. See them. Spend some time.
If that's okay and he's okay with it.
You
I
know
assume
he is
I mean,
he's-
okay.
he seems fine with it. He seems fine. But this evening, he
I've
will,
already asked a lot of them, so I don't want to do too much.
of course. But I'm sure he will appreciate, well, what it will do for them to see you again.
Yeah.
Especially with your new tips on your hands.
True. Speaking of those tips, how do you feel about welcoming in some of the children and until maybe a school gets established as like setting up like an actual classroom?
I think that sounds perfect. So
I
long
mean,
as
Kelsier-
Kelsier is fine teaching other
Kelsier would
children,
have
I don't. Yeah, that is the main thing. But if he's fine, of course.
And also, I've been considering Starless and their reputation. Could
What
always bring another
reputation?
teacher. Their reputation for being the cool, mysterious, very capable people from underground. I'm sure you have.
All right,
people.
sure. I wasn't. But no, you have a point. Well, I mean, you seem to get on so well with my mother now. I'm sure if you sent her a message requesting it, she would accept it
Okay,
in a heartbeat.
let me just write a fucking letter, Cal. I'm
Zamani, at
sure
this
the
point, you do get a message in your mind. It
Oh,
is
okay.
from Calisander's mother. And
Okay.
at this moment, thank you for making my son who he once was. And whenever we are not surrounded by dignitaries, I know you do not have one you care so much of your own. So if you wish for it, you are free to call me mother.
It's like they're in the middle of having a conversation. Zamani is
Yeah.
like mid quip back at you. And like her face just changed and she actually like she starts like heavily tearing up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I said
It's
something.
like
That was a joke.
she's ignoring you. And like in her head she's just like I assume like your tone like carries over as well.
Mhm.
And so like she would be able to tell like this like deeply touched and like quaky voice that she probably hasn't really like experienced of Zamani yet. And she was just like, I would be deeply honored. Thank you.
She doesn't respond again. She's not going to waste too much of
Yeah,
her
yeah, yeah.
utility.
No, it's fine. She's like, your mom messaged me, and she it gets big teary to like actually like crying a bit. She's like,
Did she say something bad? Or...
no, and she's just like takes a minute, and just like little snaky on the pinky still, and she's just
Aw.
like, she told me that when we're not surrounded by dignitaries, because of course politics and all of that other fun bullshit. She told me that I could call her mom as well. She's like, I've never had a mom like that wanted to be.
But you are well and truly part of the family now, Zamani. Or at least very much on your way to being it.
I mean, official things be damned.
Official things be damned, I think. Kelsey would just hug Zamani.
I never expected any kind of thing like that or acceptance on that level. Honestly, I had no idea what to expect of your family. All I know of like royalty and dignitaries and politicians and things of that nature has always been so bad. It's been absolutely refreshing to see someone who actually cares about their job and their people in such a deep and meaningful way.
I think my mother's done a good job of installing that in all of her children.
She's done a
Making
good
us
job
care.
with you.
I like to think so. But I honestly, I wasn't even sure how she was going to react, to be honest, to you and everything, but it went as I hoped. In fact, it went better. I can tell. I've only seen such genuine reactions from her to a few people in my life, and she definitely likes you. I can tell you that much.
I mean, a good portion of that at least originated from you.
Maybe, but
That's how it has to work. It makes sense.
it does make sense. But I think it's also yourself. Don't sell yourself short. You have made a good impression, despite maybe some of your comments being maybe not what I would have said.
I absolutely had to. I mean,
look, I should have seen it. I should have seen it.
I mean, okay. I love you deeply. You can't equate your preferences of the way that you act with her. Like, maybe I'm like your father, that's sure. In some ways, probably. But not in that way.
No, I was absolutely not going there. That hadn't really entered my mind, I will say. But
I mean, it tells a lot about a person and their deeper vulnerable sides. Like, regardless of like, oh no, it's taboo, it's scary, whatever. Like, if the way that a person acts at those very vulnerable moments tells a lot about them, about what they need, about how they are as an individual, and their deepest parts of themselves.
I guess I hadn't really considered that, but I suppose you're
that's
much more.
That's how I got to know you. What do you mean?
That's right, I suppose.
I mean, think about how closed off you've been in every other situation in life. You can't really do that in bed and still be fun. I'm just saying.
That is a good point. Also to know that fun, but that's actually...
It was literally my job. How am I not supposed to think about it like this?
What would you both like to do for your day until the evening comes to speak with Kelsier, or would you just like to press forward to that?
I would like to have a little thing with Anatari.
Yeah, I've got nothing but time, guys, so whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
So, as you make your way throughout the ship, Anatari kind of sees you coming and just kind of looks at Kelsier. Did you get taller?
How unfair is that?
Yes.
Elvish growth spurts are weird, I suppose.
That's a fine
There's
way of
more to
explaining it.
But I suppose let's just call it that for now.
It's a big complicated thing. You know how God worshippers can be.
Sure. I've never heard of one.
I do enough for a god. Especially, I guess, the more caring ones, and they reward you with growth spurts, apparently.
Amongst other things.
What can I do for you both? How can I help you?
I assume this is kind of like he's a little bit of a down type thing, like someone else is steering the ship for now.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while since we last talked, and I kind of wanted to catch up a bit. And I had a few questions about Sirach, if that's okay.
I can answer as much as I can, but yeah, I've been a lot of sailing, so
yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm not the most exciting.
No, it's not about being exciting. It's about being honest. Things don't have to be exciting to be important. But you definitely seem to be a bit more cut up now. What happened, if you don't mind me asking? I assume they find a table somewhere and start chatting and drinking or whatever.
Look, fights, isn't it? That was the way we go after we dropped you off in Ojakir. We kind of we made our way back down towards Sathasa, and we got close to Serok again, and it's very, very apparent that they knew we were going to come back that way, checking our shipping routes. They must have people in Ojakir or something, or Sathasa, that knew we were coming. There was a ship waiting to scuttle us. We were far more ready this time.
That's good.
So, yeah. It was a general from within the Petals. I recognized the man, one Vito Marconi. He would have been.
Can you do me the favor of not making me go back through my
It's
backstory?
not anyone from yours.
Okay, cool. That's just what I wanted to
Not
make
any
sure.
from yours.
Okay.
Vito is so you remember in the sewers where
Yes.
the location where you were trained by somebody. Vito trained the boys.
Okay.
And I ended him. Painfully.
Good.
He's I took a leave of absence after we took him captive. I took the other ship, which now is one of our ships. I have not named it yet. But I like the Golden Gull a lot, so. But I took it. I got close enough to Serok as I would go without going in, and I flayed him in the sand. I let the salt water wash over him until he succumbed to his wounds.
For all the harm he's caused, he deserves that and more than is possible.
Which also, just gotta say, Attica, what a fucking way to go. That would be awful.
Awful. Awful. Imagine getting half skinned and then just having salt water literally poured in that.
In the sand as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you. I mean, it's graphic, but it makes sense for the deeply disturbing things that happens down there. It's just too graphic to talk about on stream, which is put that into perspective.
I have a ship docked now in Sithasa that is mine if I so wish it to. Captain Troon seems to think I'd make an excellent captain and we could expand our shipping business together. But it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
You say that like you have the different job you want to do. You want to pursue first.
No, I just make a persuasion check.
Okay. 23.
I'm going to contest the roll, by the way.
Okay, that's fine.
So I rolled a 1, so no way I'm contesting it.
I mean, like, I understand in loving it here, but it seems to make sense for you, right?
I've learned a lot about myself these past few years since escaping. Since my time there, since they took my wings. There was a long time I was extremely angry.
I understand that.
He pulls out a small pocket, like this leather pouch. I spent some time trying to search for what would rid me of my anger, make me feel better, whatever you would say. As he pulls out a small pendant that you see is a blood red rose dripping with blood. This very much so divine symbol of Serok.
Would Damani know the disconnect between Serok the city and Serok?
Yeah, there is no connection other than that it was named after her for the amount of pain it causes people.
Okay.
Hey, Dead Aussie Gamer rating us with a party of 33. We're getting all the cool kids in the chat today. How are you guys? What's up? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Time zones are bitching.
Playing Pathfinder? How'd that go? Are you playing pre-gen? You playing homebrew? You playing with chat? You playing with people? Tell us all about it. We're doing a thick old roleplay session today. So if you like deep gritty roleplay, it's a little dark, but so fair warning, it's a little dark today. A bit, but yeah, welcome to the chat. Welcome. Tell us all about it. We're 51 sessions, 51 and a half now into this campaign. If you have questions, please let us know. Basically, party's on a ship heading to an island to try and rid of a bunch of undead. And since we have a lot of downtime, we're going to do a lot of roleplay. You're playing Pathfinder, don't judge. I'm not judging. I've thought about swapping to it. Very much I thought of swapping to it after the recent debacle with D&D. We're doing a
Yep.
module, Reign of Winter, that dealt with a couple of trolls on a bridge.
Ooh,
So Twitch
that
chat
sounds
on a bridge.
fair.
Perfect.
Damn. Right
But
now,
yeah, if you like what you're watching today, B-Town MC, thanks for the follow. We're pushing
Good to have you,
450 and we'd love to have you here. We play every Monday at 12 p.m. GMT +1 now, thanks to the cool daylight savings times that happens, making it a little bit more approachable for our Aussie gamers, dead or alive.
Right now, we're currently talking to one of the people who work in the ship. So Zamani is from a really fucked up place called Sarat, and she hates it. And she hates it there, and it's basically ruled by a bunch of different like crime syndicates. And both her and the person that me and Cal, Raph's character, are talking to, have the same history of being kidnapped by this crime syndicate and forced into different kinds of work. Yeah.
18 rated work.
Right, 18 plus rated work. They've
Yeah,
since escaped that a long time ago, and so they're kind of like talking and getting to know each other a bit.
And
Siraka is also the name of a goddess who is very fucked up.
goddess and a city. It's very confusing.
Kind
And
disconnected.
Toby MC, yeah, thanks for the follow. Very cool of you. Happy to have you here. And yeah,
Outside
so
of that
also-
context, outside of the context, if you need anything, we got you.
yeah, just ask her. We know
Yeah.
there's a lot. We're getting
Yeah,
quite
sure.
deep into it. Hopefully soon we'll have a big ass recap video with we'll have everything in it. But
Mhm.
I'm sick around. It's creeping on midnight. I want to have a girlfriend in the morning. Look, it is the correct option. Thank you so much, Ray.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. Lots of love, and
Thank you
so
so
happy to have
much.
you guys here. But as he pulls out this pendant of the goddess and kind of opens this leather pouch, and you see he kind of very much so gently pulls out these blood red petals and spreads them across the table.
Do I know what these petals are?
Roll me a religion check.
Oh, I'm not good at that. Zamani's not religious.
Would I?
You don't know enough about the ascended gods.
Yeah.
Okay.
didn't think so.
Raph does.
Shit.
You can try. Religion starts with an R. Okay, well, it's a +2, so that's actually not too bad. I rolled a 14, so 16 total. So that's
These, if
decent.
he is kind of going to explain, but most of this you'll already know.
Okay.
In the original struggle for the artifact of ascension, there was a battle, and as Serok was ascending, she suffered a wound, and her blood splattered on a nearby rosebush, and as such, the petals of pestilence were created. The dark divine blood in these roses turned the plant vile, and now few of us have been able to covet these petals. We've been able to bring them to various uses to create poisons and the like. Petals of pestilence are able to bring trauma and pain to anyone, even a god, but I don't need them to hurt a god. I only need them to hurt people. And through my prayer, which you innately with passive insight, you can get that prayer isn't really the right word for Serok. You can feel like you looking at some of his wounds, they look somewhat self-inflicted.
I mean, yeah, prayer to Xerxes as well was literally just hanging out. So,
Yeah, prayer to Serok is often causing pain unto oneself.
yeah. She's
I
not a
have-
nice god yet.
I was able to bring pain to those who sought me. Before I ever take up a ship to do that myself, I thought of what you said before. And I too want to bring a lot of pain onto that city. And I have, as you count out, maybe five petals. 5 petals for the 5 petals that wronged me. I had 6. Now I have 5. One was the beauty of what was able to keep Vito alive for so long.
What?
With the salt water, to make sure the trauma and shock did
Oh,
not
sorry.
make him go.
I thought you meant like before.
No,
he was
it's
found,
the
like,
darker
something was
meaning.
keeping him alive. Okay,
No. No, it's
Great.
more fucked up than that.
great, good to know. Understandable. I do not condemn, but of course, they deserve everything and more that they could have coming towards them. I just want to make sure that you don't lose yourself along the way. Existing for revenge, I understand, but existing solely for revenge will leave you hollow when it's obtained.
It's possible.
No,
But I
it's not
have
possible. It's true.
Captain Troon, and then the ships to keep me here. I have things to live for. It's not just revenge.
Good. I want to make sure that you keep those in the center.
It's more than just stem. More than just the petals. As he kind of looks and makes sure the room is cleared, he clutches the divine symbol, and you can see the wounds where his back, his wings once severed. You see blood starts to heavily soak the back of his back, I suppose is the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And then bursting from his leathers, these wings, beautiful, but just made of blood.
Are you
I've
okay?
regained flight when I need it. I have been granted many powers,
Okay.
and some of which have helped us, especially since Arrow, raid to raid. What up? How you guys doing? Everyone stick with us while we quickly catch people up. How
Hello.
are you? We're getting all the love today, and I fuck it. How are you? D&D today? Yeah, some D&D today. You're a nerd, and I know it.
Yeah.
Would love to have you here.
Yeah,
How are you doing? Tell us what you were doing. Were you playing with chat? Were you playing with people? As long as you were playing with yourself, it's okay. Can't do that on Twitch.
Good to have you here, though. Good to have you.
Hello.
But
Welcome,
thank you, so the chatters
welcome.
welcome everybody. We're playing some D&D as well ourselves, and we're on a ship sailing to a big island. I'm going to let Jen recap it because she's done it a few times already, and
Yes.
she's doing a great job. So Jen, please tell the people where we're at.
Okay, so we're 51 sessions in. So there's a lot of things that I've got to glaze over, of course. But so right now we're on our way to an island that is full of undead that we're trying to clear out because big undead hordes in places tend to be bad. But we have some downtime, and me and Raph are the fucking roleplay fiends of the entire group. So instead of making our players who are not oriented towards roleplay sit there for 2 hours while we roleplay, we decided to have a mini session.
Mhm.
But basically, we're talking with a person who is the second in command of the ship. Me and this person, his name is Anatari, come from a city called Sirach, which is a lawless city. It's absolutely the worst place that you could ever exist or be on ever. It's it is ruled by different crime syndicates. My character is Amani, and Anatari both suffered the consequences of being taken by a group called the Petals, which run the pleasure industry, and it's not always consensual, gamers. It sucks. 18 plus kind of a thing. Anatari and Zamani both escaped a long time ago, and Anatari has become a patron of Sirach the goddess, who is disconnected from Sirach the city, but it was named after her because of the amount of pain it creates. She is predictably the goddess of pain and all things bad, just in general.
She's not a gamer.
She's not a gamer. But so Anatari has started following her in order to enact his revenge against the Petals, who have ruined his and many other people's lives. So we're coming to discover that right now. If you have any questions about our backstory or anything outside of this exact instance, please feel free to ask in the chat. We will definitely answer you as quickly as we can. And honestly, I just really love this campaign and talking about it. So it just gives
I
me
have a
more
lot of things I'm planning forward, so getting someone to recap when people come in, this is just helpful for me. Also, a cool thing that Anitari has that he's revealed, his wings were cut off as a feral tiefling. So now the goddess of pain allows him to make wings of blood, and he has these items called the Petals of Pestilence, which I'm going to put in Twitch chat. This is something from our world anvil. It's actually an artifact of the god. So if you're curious about it, it's actually no, it's too large for Twitch chat. So if you want to be cooler than your friends, come on by our Discord. I'm going to put it in the Discord. So I'm going to put it in the Kingslayers general chat. If you're curious about a little sneak peek what's in our world anvil, you could always subscribe to the channel to figure out what's actually in there. But this is a if you got a Prime, use your Prime. I don't care if you use it for me, Arrow, or whoever the fuck you use it for, but don't let your Prime sit there.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah. Hey, look, people joining so it's in the Kingslayers general.
I mean, you post a lot of really cool things in there.
Look, it's if you are, unfortunately, I must say this. If you're not in the Discord, you're just not as cool as your friends. If you are in the Discord, you are cooler
Yeah.
than your friends. It's just a canonical rule, and it's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's the way it is.
Era's in there now, so canonically,
Era's in there,
cooler
so
than
if
me,
you
I'm
want to
sorry.
be, unfortunately, if you're not in the Discord and you came in Era's rate, Era is just canonically cooler than you now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, chat.
Sorry, chat.
That's the way it has to be.
But yeah, so there's a lot. There's 51 whole sessions worth of things.
Yeah, and the VODs go up every Wednesday, which people are going to try and keep me accountable for on our YouTube.
Yep,
Yep.
that's our job. No, we
This
get to
these
hold the
nerds'
gun.
jobs, keeping me reminded to do shit, because as a DM, I do a lot of stuff. Would you believe? Just like a lot, just kind
Wait,
of
what?
like a lot of writing. Because this is all homebrew. This is our setting.
can't
This is Quintus.
But yeah,
Um,
so we fucking love roleplay. It makes
Yeah.
it makes my heart very happy. If there's anything that you want to ask about, I'd feel kind of special to get to answer it. As stupid as that
Mhm.
fucking sounds. I don't know.
Hell
I
yeah.
just really like talking about my D&D
Talk about our
characters.
shit. Let's do it. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into the scene. Enjoy the watch. So I
The
can keep
Anatari like reveals their blood wings.
with Nemevana being gone and Captain Trin being unable to heal or anything, I can fulfill that role for now. Back when we first met, I did have a smaller ability. I was starting to form a connection, and to be fully honest, I came quite close to telling you, and I kind of wish I had. I regretted it when you got off the ship that I had not.
It's
I really
okay.
do think of you as a kindred spirit.
I agree. She just kind of like leaned forward and like give him like a gentle like cheek hold and be like, "You are okay though, right?"
I'm managing.
She's understood madness because of Cal. She's understood fanaticism, and she's trying to look into Anatari right now and to make sure that he is still himself and he hasn't lost who he is in the sake of this pursuit.
I'm gonna ask you to roll me something that you're not gonna like, and it's gonna be insight.
I'm bad at that.
And he, as a very charismatic person, is going to roll.
Roll bad, Des.
I mean, I didn't.
Can I roll investigation instead?
No. What did you roll?
Insight with charisma. No.
17.
17. He seems pretty confident. He seems
So
to be the same
couldn't be,
Anatari.
A charisma thing to
No.
persuade him
No.
to be
Intelligence?
honest?
No.
Intelligence?
No.
God damn it. Okay. So he could tell that she believes him, for better or worse, because fuck you. She's like, okay. She leans back over to her side of the table. Just don't lose yourself in it. I've been there.
I'm not going anywhere. I already let them take who I was once. I won't let anyone else take it again.
That's what I need to hear. And based on that, she's gonna like glance over to Cal and be like, I haven't really told you so much about this because it's been a thing for the future. So, well, I mean, she's like hinted at it, but she's never like straight up like just told Cal this.
Yeah.
So he has an idea of what she's about to say. My plan one day is to overthrow Sorrow. And I mean that in every sense of the world. The people there, the yous and me's of the city that make up the majority, are defiled on the daily. They're hurting. And I can't just walk away from it, and I can't just burn it all down to the ground, because there are so many people within those walls that don't deserve that. I plan to dismantle it piece by piece and try to rebuild it into something better. And not just me, but I have allies, I have plans that I cannot enact yet. But it will be soon. I would like to invite you to join me.
I have to think on it. My
Please do.
plans for Serok are not the same.
I understand that.
You want to overthrow it, I want to burn it all down.
I know, but
I don't know if I'm where you are, and
No.
currently I don't see a way to get from where I am to where you are.
I understand that.
I still have a lot of anger left in me.
I don't say what I say in order for you to stifle it or put it away. You would have your revenge on every person that you need. I remember what it was like on the streets. I remember losing the few friends I had to the different syndicates because they just wanted dinner. And it's not fair. And why to the people who have been dealt the worst hand in life should they also burn? What if we had still been there? Would we have deserved it? Every syndicate will die. Everyone who fights for them will die.
Make me a persuasion check.
That I'm good at. Why the fuck did I set up my character to be better at deception than persuasion and then be chronically honest? Like, that's the
I was gonna say, Zamani
stupidest shit.
hasn't like had to deceive many people so far.
That's because she's been able to convince most of them. I rolled really good. Okay, 27. If it had been a lie, it would have been a 30, and that would have been spicy. Ooh, I like that. Chronically honest use as a deceptive tool. Ooh. Sorry.
I don't know.
Good.
I want to believe that we could rock up there with an army and take the city and put those that we see as the ones who wronged everyone to the sword. But there's a risk. They see an army coming and they see anything through their networks, some of them flee. The way I do it, the way I go about it, they don't see me coming. They don't see me until their flesh and skin hits the sand that they saw fit to kick in my face. They don't
Yes.
see me until I rip their arms from the sockets like they ripped my wings.
And do you feel any less need for vengeance now that you are a sixth of the way through?
No.
And you won't when you're done. I need you to know that you won't when you're done.
It's possible. It's possible.
I want you to have your vengeance. But I also want to make something good out of it. I don't want you to decide now because obviously it would either be a lie or it would mean you didn't actually think about it. Think. Take your time.
I promise you I'll do that. I will, if I do go with you, and I do agree to it, I will have a few stipulations of people
Would you
that
like to?
must only go to me.
Of course. Cesara cannot be on that list, though.
I do not care for her. She was never involved in my life.
Okay. I look over at Cal. I'm like, I mean, after America, I mean, she's the only one we have a location for, so she might as well be next.
Mm-hmm. That works for me. As far as Seraph goes, I will follow you there. You know that.
Well, I mean, like, for Jornver and everybody.
course, that as well. But just in terms of the whole Sarah situation as well.
Yes. But at least it's not completely unrelated.
Should be easy to convince a lot of allies we have to take an interest in aiding your efforts with Sarah.
I'm worried. I'm terrified to step through that gate. Have you stepped into the city?
Into the city proper?
Yes.
Once. Since I left.
How? How did you... Not like physically, but how?
I was emboldened.
Okay.
I needed to find where some people would be hiding.
If you find anything concerning the layout of Surat, especially underneath, could I ask you to keep a copy?
If you want, I can find it for you. I can go back
Only if
there.
Only if it doesn't put you at risk too much.
It will put me at risk. Anything at Serok puts anyone at risk.
Know what I mean?
There's no maps. There's one way. There's one way you find out the layout down there.
Then
You have to
don't.
go in and map it yourself.
Then don't. We will capture those who know.
I can try that too.
That would be safer. Don't go down there. Don't go back there.
Just smiles
Please.
at you.
I'm sorry. You're making me nervous.
You've nothing to be nervous about.
Roll persuasion, bitch!
You want Annie Tyler to roll persuasion? Okay.
I mean, yeah, I know that I'm gonna fail
Or
because
deception,
I'm
or
not good at it.
deception.
Yeah,
Your
or
choice.
deception.
Your
Whichever.
choice.
30.
Fuck you. I can't beat that. Angry.
He is
Angry.
very similar to you. He is very
Okay.
skilled very similarly.
But if he had rolled a 1, maybe I could have done it.
Yeah, look, you could have beaten a 15.
Yeah. But not the plus 15 he had to it.
You know that would have been the one.
Oh, yeah. Well, you said you rolled 30, so I was meaning 15 plus 15. Yeah, okay.
No, he rolled 16 plus 14.
Oh, okay. He's still better than me.
That's his deception.
Yeah. My deception's 13. Okay. Zamani's definitely going to give him one, like, lingering look as well. Okay. Would you like a prestidigitation for your shirt? It's kind of oozy.
Mm-hmm. Sure, why not? Let's see. The wings just drop. The splatter on the
she's
floor.
just like, oh. Okay. She just like prestidigitates the whole thing. Does that not make you lightheaded?
It's always easier when your head's in clats. And if it can get me up there, it's worth it.
That's fair. Close the conversation. It naturally parts. It's a little awkward. Whatever.
Yeah. There is that little bit of concern for Anitari.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cal's just been sitting there for the whole time, just like, is this what it's like to look on someone who's slightly going mad?
Ask it. Do it.
Oh yeah, just to wait till I mentioned that they sort of walk away from Anataro.
Yeah. Zamani will definitely go back to like their like common area or whatever on the ship.
Zamani, is that what it's like talking to me sometimes?
Yes. Deeply. Yes. Except for imagine that Anatari was one of the most important people in the world to you.
I understand a bit better now.
Good. I know I said I would shoot you last time and then I didn't. Next time I will actually shoot you. Okay.
If I ask you permission first, though, does that make it better?
No, because I shouldn't have to make the decision between saving my life and potentially condemning you to madness.
Noted. How
I just get to punish you for
are
it.
you? One free punch every time.
I don't punch things.
But how are you feeling, though, about Anatari?
Oh, I'm deeply concerned.
As am I.
I can't
Obviously,
read
I
him.
don't know him as well as you, or have an understanding the same way that you do, but he's, to say unsettled, put it lightly, I feel.
He's teetering on a precipice right now.
And I'm afraid he doesn't have anything to stop him going over.
I'm debating if I should talk to Captain Shroon. But that's the only thing I can think of, and I don't want to meddle or make things worse if they're completely oblivious. But I can't imagine that they would be, considering that Anatari made it obvious that these abilities are something that they've been using on the ship.
Perhaps, but depends how the depth to which Captain Drew knows.
I don't know their relationship enough to be able to do that, and I don't want to
Neither.
lose Anatari's trust.
If Truan takes it the wrong way and decides to remove Anatari from the crew,
That would be the worst. That would actually be condemning him to that fate.
we could think on it. Speak to Captain Truan in a less direct manner. You had a sense of them and who they are.
I mean, we normally
better
have dinner
sense.
with them.
That's a good point. Over dinner, perhaps.
We could ask them
Just
how
get a
they've
measure.
been. Oh, we know that they worship Nimavana and that that's been very rough and scary, considering she's been locked away now.
That does raise a point. I don't have the greatest knowledge of the Ascended, but from
don't
my
either.
understanding, some of them, like Seraph, do not have the best relationship with the others.
Oh, you know how Merc actually worships her gods through rituals and things, but then with
Mm-hmm.
Xerxes, they just send him little notes and letters.
Yeah.
The worship is based on what the gods want, what kind of relationship they want to facilitate, what they can get from their worshippers. Surak
So
is the
pain.
goddess of pain. She would give no boon if she didn't get something out of it, and that's all she cares about. At least according to everything I've ever known. I'd hate to think that anyone is that one-dimensional, but insanity does that.
That's even more concerning then.
I mean, look at Celelia.
Another madness?
I don't know. Or just broken.
Maybe.
I mean, Xerxes stole the artifact of Ascension after she stole it and ascended. Right? Or am I misremembering that as a person?
After
No, the Serok,
yeah.
Anathex, and Hikanir stole it
Yeah.
Yeah.
from
And then
the
Xerxes
from Nemavana.
nabbed it.
And then
And Xerxes basically said this is going to cause a war of people trying to ascend, so no more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Xerxes
Especially considering
think-
it wasn't the best people who could have used it last.
Yeah. Xerxes thankfully had the foresight to remove it before anyone else like that could use its
Yes.
power.
Yes, I need to
And
update
I
him
must
on
say, I've
what's
always
happening.
respected him for that judgment and for that wisdom.
He's definitely a scheming little guy.
I'm not sure how he would take being called a scheming little guy, but I'd like to see his reaction.
I mean,
I think he would be flattered in his own way.
I think he would just chuckle at it, and then he'd probably refer to me in some way to make me feel small. In the most kind-hearted way.
Oh,
I'd
absolutely.
like to think so, even.
So, as you make your way around the ship on this day, the storm begins to clear up, and night quick approaches. If there's anyone you wish to talk to before Kelsier, which I would say probably be our last thing of the evening, just based on time. We're going way over.
Yeah.
But I don't mind. You guys are still okay?
I'm still good.
Yeah, okay.
I think a quick little, like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we're going we're going to be back in about 5 minutes so people can go bathroom. Because we don't normally last this, we don't normally go this long on a mini session, but we're apparently just a full ass session. Just going to be a full ass session. see you in a bit.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay, we are back.
Too early?
Perfect.
I threw a peace sign too early, and then I just sat there being awkward.
Look,
Yeah.
you
I
sit here and
told
do
him
anything
to
other
do
than be
it.
awkward all the time? I thought that's just kind of how we went.
Asshole.
Yes.
I turned on my printer by accident. I unplugged it.
Based. As long as you don't turn your printer on.
Well, it's loud and obnoxious when it tries to figure out what it wants to do with its life.
Look, honestly, I am all the time
Same.
too. I'm loud and obnoxious. I still haven't figured out what I want to do with my life. But we are back.
Relatable.
So, you still have some time left on the ship. Is there anything you all would like to do? There's Teethan, there's Captain Troon, there's
I think
Any
Cal
other people
wants
you
to
can-
talk to Teethan. You had mentioned it,
I
right?
mentioned there's a possibility. Oh, look, there's a lot of potential people that I was thinking to talk to over this time.
I will say, before we go to the dream, I will say, Jen, you will want a pen and paper to write down stuff. So, you, like, get your note before we even get to that. Let's buffer this a little bit so you're ready to not be
Ooh.
like scrambling for paper and pens.
Ooh.
I'm excited, but also a little scared.
It's good, don't worry. I'm not traumatizing this session. I did that the past 2 weeks.
Thank you.
This is only a good feel session. We even got a little snake
I only
friend
have a
back.
Sharpie. Wait, where's my pen?
But Cassandra, so as well, Hermione is preparing herself for the night's dream with Kelsey. Is there anything you wish to, any people in your book you want to contact? Do you want to go through your list of names? Anyone specifically you want to message?
Look,
Everett,
the
anything
only
you want to check in
person-
on?
The person I was only going to message, and the other person I had in mind who to talk to was Everett.
Yeah, if you want to message him.
Yeah, just pull out a book, whip it out, turn to Everett's page.
You can't just
Everett,
whip it out
just-
on stream.
Just
I mean,
look,
get the
I am,
dogs
okay?
out. Like, just whip them out.
I'm
Let
doing
them
it for the stream.
breathe.
I'm doing it for the stream.
It's summer. Everything's gonna be hot and sticky. No, I'm good.
But yeah.
If you want to see
I'll
hot and
look at
sticky,
Everett's
head
page.
over to the OnlyFans.
Yeah. If the Elder Scrub OnlyFans.
I'm not the one on it. It's Des. It's just.
It is.
Yeah.
Glazed like a cinnamon bun.
No! Oh no!
And Des,
Awful.
Des, what was that line you sent to me on Monday? Mid-session?
Which one?
You know the one.
Never mind. That was awful.
Yeah.
So you wanted to
Um,
message Everett?
Sure. Yeah, just turn over to Everett's page. Everett, just wanted to check in. It's been a few days. See how you're doing at the moment. Wondered if you wanted a bit of a talk, I suppose, but see how you feel.
It's nice to hear your voice. Or read your writing. I don't know which this is. This is, I'm good. I'm feeling better every day. Sorry, I look up and I just see the sheer trauma I did to Jen. And it's distracting me.
Oh, I'm sorry that my trauma is distracting you. Fuck off.
It
does it feel to be
you've
reversed,
seen
Des?
shit.
How dare?
I'm practicing
Yeah, so-
my blade singing every day. I feel much more sure of myself. Your words all really meant a lot to me. I've a lot of people running around the castle calling me an Evrace, which is interesting. That's something Mother only ever called me before. Well, before Kazoria was born. I must say, I am good. I am very good, and I am grateful. Thank you for getting in contact with me.
I'm glad to hear it, Everett. I'm about to lie, I have been a little concerned about you since leaving, but I'm glad to hear that you're doing alright. And I'm exceedingly glad at your choice of actions that day in the throne room. Even at the very least, if it was to accept Theo back. I know that having him by your side will, well, help guide you to be the king that I know you can be. But if there's, I suppose, anything weighing on your mind at all, I'm always here if you want to speak it. But
Thank you.
I think what you did, what you said, it will leave a lasting impact and it will leave a lasting legacy on Burton. But I think it will leave one that is for the better. Gone are the uncertainties of the past. I think it's a renewal of hope for a kingdom beset by uncertainty and a lot of doubt. So, I congratulate you, as difficult as it may have been. And in the end, neither of us had to marry that woman at the very least, so there's that.
It's, wait, you find yourself the music issue? What was it? Please tell me. I don't care. Also, JP Fox, thanks for the follow. Thank you so much. What was it?
You know how like your computer has like different things that it considers to be like headphones and like audio output things? It was on one that didn't exist. Like it was on like a virtual audio output.
I'm gonna restart the song for you from the beginning because when it starts soft and then it hits different all of a sudden.
It hits. It goes off.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is a game changer because my god, all the boss music that I literally am like listen to like on repeat and like does this fit like how and then like the nightmare music where I literally plan my speeches to time with the song. It's like
I'm still just sad that you never got to hear the Irazilic. No, it wasn't Irazilic. The shattering.
I didn't mean to take you guys out of it.
no, wait. Did you not hear Cal's Nightmare Shatters playlist?
You sent that one so that we heard it.
No, like the one that happens. It was playing in Roll20. I'll play that for a minute just because it's fucking great.
Stop taking us away. That's crazy. That's creepy. This doesn't match though, and now everybody's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Go back to role playing.
Thank you. Everything should work out. Everything has been good these past 2 days. I felt more myself, and I felt readier than I've ever been. Your words over these past months, they've really helped me. I do value you quite a lot. I see a lot of similarities between us. I really do feel like I found a kindred spirit in you. So, you're welcome in my home at any moment. You'll never have an enemy within Burton while I sit the throne.
Thank you, Everett. You're the truest of friends that I've ever met on the surface. And hell, even the world below. After all, when we met, we were two young princes trying to find our way, thrust into situations that may have been a bit above us at that stage. But I'd like to think we've both come out of it just fine. For what it's worth as well, I've spoken to my mother already about your proposal and she has taken it into consideration. She does wish to speak with you first, though.
That's understandable. I'd be more than willing to accommodate it.
And to that extent, I would like to formally, I suppose I should do this maybe a bit formally elsewhere, but formally, as it can be for now, invite you to the eventual wedding of myself and Zamani.
That was a matter I had been told to speak to you on. I'm aware that there is marriage, obviously. And I must stress this to the utmost level I can. That I had no intention of ever saying this to you, these string of words, but Theo demands it. Do I have to? You can see it's like, right, I will. Theo wants me to say, what about them titty houses in the world below for the bachelor night?
I love Theo.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? That
I'm
sounds-
sorry.
No, don't be. It's good to know Theo's voice is at your side. But yeah, I would be touched a great deal to have you there.
I wouldn't miss it. And Theo is serious about the bachelor night. He does want to orchestrate it.
Oh god, alright. Well, that's something to take into consideration. You know what? I actually feel like he would get on well with my father. The more I think about it. Although, I feel like that's been said a lot about recently. Maybe I am just surrounded by people that remind me of my father. That's a different question entirely. Now I'm rambling, but
It's right, 48
Thank
of
you.
you.
thank you, Everett.
So
I saw that look on your face, Jen. What happened?
I almost just dumped a whole ass soda on my desk.
Jesus.
I didn't.
that's why we have the lids.
Lids.
So, as your messages come to an end, unless there's anyone else you wish to contact, so is allowed.
How are we for time?
I mean, I'm
I'm good.
good to. Like,
Yeah,
I
good.
don't have I'm not in work today, so it's.
I
this
wouldn't
is on
mind
you.
a quick little, at least, talk with Tegan.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
you're fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to bring
If
Zamani
wants to
along
be
for this
there
as well?
Yeah, Zamani's welcome, of course. Like the same way Zamani, I came along just sitting there with Atari, like, absolutely.
So, Cal, you find Zamani. She's
Yeah.
Just turn around. You find Teethan, who is
Where
like.
would Tegan? Yeah, where would he be? What would he be doing?
So Teethan is, specifically speaking, I would say right now, at the bow of the ship, just getting sick overboard. He does not do well on ships.
Poor guy.
I sympathise with you there, Tegan. Let me tell you, the first trip we had here on, actually it was this ship as well, that was rough. A few days. First few days. Calmer seas as well, and I don't think I stopped, well, doing just that.
It's not the water. I was fishing and I caught some shrimp in a net and I just stopped. Apparently you're not meant to eat them bad boys raw.
Oh,
He is such a fucking himbo.
Tegan, I say this with respect. How did you come to be the commander of the Temper Soul?
Fuck.
Okay, just because I eat a raw diet does not mean I have...
He's just gonna grin.
He kind of gets up, there's just like bits of shrimp tail in his like stubble. And he's just like, I have you to pursue a raw diet. I find it more natural. I don't like to cook things, sometimes it's a hit or miss situation.
Right, alright.
Whether it's mushrooms, whether it's caught boar, it's eaten raw.
So long as you know what mushrooms you're picking,
That's
that
half
is
the
an
fun.
important step in there.
But how I came to be the leader of the town of Soul, fuck, that's a difficult one. So I was obviously I'm half elven, and my family was pretty well respected in the Morrowbeer in Gerald. And basically, the wise words of my father, my mom was basically the most beautiful knight he'd ever seen. and she was the Knight Commander before me. For me, well, she not before me. There was another one in between, but
Right.
yeah, she and my father were kind of passing ships and off a lot of the time, and then one fateful night their paths crossed, and I was born into the Tempest Soul. It's been my life ever since. I spent some time with my father while I wasn't training here, and then once there was a squire position opening up in the Tempest Soul, I was allowed to formally take the oath. And I fought my way through. I've passed every trial. I've done every training. And there was a night, as I said, my mother passed. Messy issue with with a Darkul breach in the northeastern reaches of Burton, one of the caves near the Leander. But the only really way to fix it was stop everything. She basically had to cave it in on herself. And I was only a squire. I wasn't even on that mission. So then, there was Idris the First, the Knight Commander in between, and he was there for quite some time. And then he passed of old age. He got very old, which, if you get to pass of old age in this line of work, you've done something right.
That's respectable.
And then it's on me. And here I am. Doing a great job that no one doubts my capability of. Isn't that right, Calisander?
Look, I don't doubt your capability, just your choice of diet.
Look, it was something my father did for a while. And, I like the nature to it. I like the being one with nature. Now, mind you, he was a purely vegetarian, so it wasn't much of an issue for him. But I followed the same mentality.
Did he say what happened to his father?
He didn't. His father still
Is your father still in the Marabia?
Yeah, when I went to go in, I told you guys I was going into the Marabia for a bit. I went to see him.
So he's no longer a vegetarian, though, because you used past tense, and I couldn't tell if it was because he passed away or if it was because he was alive.
That's what I was trying to work out.
No, he started eating fish as well, so he's pescatarian.
Oh, right.
So,
I can. Well, until coming to the surface, that was the same for me. As I'm sure you're aware, having been to the word below yourself.
A few times. I don't think I've ever gotten too far into the glory of it, but I've taken my fair share of trips.
Well, hopefully one day you'll be able to make the full journey down there. I've never in my time at least, I met a Tempest Soul in the world below, but you're always spoken about in very high regard.
We've never really gotten as close to Ishanhar Xandir as because we kind of just excursion, so it's normally we find a breach that connects us and we clear downwards and then seal it as best we can. And if we can find an outpost of Starless, we do. And we inform them and we explain. But it's good relationships.
Indeed. How are you, though, Keithan?
With the pre-fight jitters, I'd be crazy if you didn't.
I meant more with shouldering the burden of rebuilding your order.
I have a couple knights starting, I have a couple squires starting. I try not to think about it. I try and joke a lot. I try and keep it happy.
That works. And keep on doing it.
I know I did extend this to you before, but I do mean it. If you need to talk.
I thought you meant the other thing.
I mean that too. That's fine.
I'm still good.
Is there anything that I can at least help you with?
I mean, can I interest you in a job, perhaps?
That or if Well, I do have somewhat backing of the Starless. If I could leverage that even a tiny bit.
And how would they
You,
feel
as I
about
said-
swearing an oath to Justina?
Well, maybe not. Let's not go that far. But if you did need people to help you train, people to help you at least rebuild it, if not join the order, then rebuild it on other means.
No, I
As
appreciate
I said,
it.
you are respected, and
Yeah, if you can get people to help train, that's always helpful, as I'm not there currently, obviously.
and especially considering we do have quite a number of people who are well versed in fighting undead, that it would someone at least who were to share knowledge.
Look, when you hunt them down, it's messy because you know, you know what you're getting into. You know that every time you walk into something like we're about to go into, it's treat every time like it could be the last.
Indeed.
Never have the gall to think that you've seen and done it all, so you're going to be fine.
No. Although I suppose for myself at least, Thinvale has the benefit of being somewhere so far away and isolated from everyone you knew and everything you know. It helps. There's nothing quite as unnerving as looking out upon an undead horde and seeing a face that you know.
That's definitely part of the hard part, is separating emotion from duty. And I know I've been stark difference to what you found me hanging above the altar since then.
I'd say it's a good difference, to be fair.
A very good difference.
Don't mistake the masking of humor as incompetence. I am still ready for this. I'm still ready to protect you all with my life and pay back a debt if I have to. I'll keep you all
Don't
safe,
worry.
I promise that.
But don't throw
Not what
your
we
life
want.
away, Tegan.
No.
Well, that would just be stupid.
That would be stupid, and I want you to remember that.
I mean, no one likes a martyr.
No.
No.
But
What?
no.
No.
As a person who understands pain and the compartmentalization that you sometimes have to do in order to just be a person, we would never underestimate you. Or think you inept for trying to cope in your own way.
Do appreciate it.
It's
I
important.
do appreciate you all a lot, and I appreciate the home you provided me in RL for the short time I had there. It was nice. You're really starting to make a nice home for yourself there.
I hope to.
You're
I hope
always
to turn to
welcome.
something much, much grander than what it is.
Okay. There's something I was going to bring up after Thin Veil, because I don't know fully yet, so to speak. But there's a real probability that the Priory near Vrendenwell could be too damaged, could be too cursed from what happened there. So I'm not saying to make my god the whole my saint the whole shebang in your keep, but if the city starts expanding around it, if you don't mind a bit of competition for the cool kids, we could always have a.
Of course. Tegan, I offered you that. Even after we first met you. If it's land you want in RIL to rebuild, then it is land that you will get. 24-hour stream, let's go, no sleep.
24. A subathon capped
yeah.
the next 3 hours.
Subathon. Yeah,
I love you.
No.
That's a
No
step
fucking
to-
shot. No fucking shot.
No.
No.
But that is something I offered you.
I don't know
and it
yet.
still stands.
I don't
If you
know.
want. Of course. But if it is what you want, then Tien, I would love to host you and your order at Araya.
If I need it, I'll take you up on that offer. It's probably wouldn't be so close to the city or the houses, I suppose. Let's not call it a
The
city.
settlement.
A city,
Let's call it settlement for now.
Okay, settlement.
It's
I can
growing.
do that.
It's growing.
Maybe a little bit
of
out,
course.
maybe like a half-hour ride.
Just don't be too distant.
Not too distant, but prying eyes, don't want people gawking, and
Of course. But it is there for you.
I appreciate it. How are you all feeling about the assault on Thinvale? I know you've dealt with at least a Karzin so you've got a couple decades of undead fighting under your belt, but the money, I know, other than Brendan, well, have you fought undead? How you feeling? How you panicking? How's the brain?
One in Crosspost. So, I mean, it's more the fear of such a large-scale battle. I've never been a part of something like that. It's always been like more secluded group instances. The idea of like going into a literal, basically a war front, is scary.
Look, you stay back. Don't get too close.
Yeah. I'm generally pretty useless up close. Although I do want to balance it a bit. I don't want to stay so far back that it becomes a problem if we end up getting flanked or something.
Look, if I've got a Pegasus.
Starless Elf, 2-star elf, literally in this session. It was really cool if you wanted to watch it.
It was a great.
And if you're interested in homebrew stuff, I have a Patreon that a bunch of homebrew stuff went up on. That's going to eventually be a big like 30 to 40 page book. But
Really
there's individual ones.
It.
Yeah, let's just put this. If you're interested, it's $5 and you can get out. It's the D&D December stuff we put out every week in the month of December. We put out a shameless. Let me have this. We put out a sub race or a race and a subclass for 5e. So if you're interested in that sort of stuff, it's there. And also that's higher tier for $10 a month for all the battle maps. If you like maps and you like cartography stuff or like incarnity stuff, it all goes up there. To use in your own games. But yeah, I'll be shameless for just a second. But yeah, large scale is gonna be difficult. Hopefully we can corner Marek and we don't deal with the large scale too much. Hopefully we keep us to a pretty small scale. We'll let the army deal with that, and then we take out the big one.
That's cool.
I do. Sorry, Samani.
Oh, you're fine. All I had to say was that's the goal.
I do like your plan, for what it's worth, Tegan.
It's not perfect, but it's something.
It's not. It's hard being in that situation that they'll be in, but it's just for the best.
I've done these hundreds to thousands of times. Not Vampire Lords, I've done them a couple dozen. It's not going to be.
You say that like it's a tribute, like it's a trivial thing.
I mean, like they were like newly ascended Vampire Lords, so it's not too much of a big deal.
That still is incredibly impressive, and
some of them would be considered spawn. Honestly, like it's, and I had like 6 other knights with me, so it's like.
Don't take it away from yourself. Oh no.
Look, that being said, I've not fought the Blood Crystal Blade since I was a squire, and that was scary. I don't know what other magic this Marek guy has. I assume he has a fair bit.
Mm-hmm. Safe to assume.
You can't be that close to Samael and not have some sort of benefit from it.
Look, he has the Blood Crystal Blades. I don't imagine a world where that's the only thing he has. Like, Even us going into
True.
that, we've got a spattering of maybe a dozen magic items between us, maybe more.
Mm-hmm. He will have
And
some.
honestly, we're talking like best shot, the 5 of us taking him down. Yeah, it's. I feel like it's a genuine possibility, and if things get really hairy, and if it feels like we're gonna be the difference, like now I summon the lance, and then it gets a little bit better. And dude, face guy, thanks for the follow.
Hey.
But if I can summon the lance, if Samuel's not showing up, and we get this, if it feels like it could turn the tide. You know, I do have that ace up my sleeve.
Last resort, though.
Last resort, because that thing is extremely powerful, and I don't want that falling into the wrong hands. It's not something I just walk around with.
No. I have last resort measures as well, if it comes to it.
I don't want to have to use any of them. They're all the caveats and the risks of them are too much.
They
The
are.
goal is to not get there.
I don't know what he's got. I don't know what we've got. I know most of what we've got. I'll be honest. I do.
That's fair.
I feign stupidity for it, but we've got this. Don't be worried. I'll keep you guys on the up and up if I got it. I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to you. I'm not gonna let you guys fucking even touch the veil that brings us between living and dead. You just stand
We're not
close to
gonna
me, and we're good. But not you. You go away. Yeah.
And we're not going to let your order be without a leader. That's our
I
goal
appreciate
too.
it.
Mm-hmm.
They need you. We're going to do our best to make sure everybody comes out of this.
I feel like we got a good plan. I don't want to just. I know hit and run's an option, but I don't want to cause a big noise when that's me who normally prefers that my smites ring like a bell.
That's fair.
You know, there is a certain delicacy about hitting with a lance and strike of lightning. You know, it's just nice.
It's
Small
quite
differences.
casual, very subtle.
Okay. Rip a star from the sky and make it land on people when you smite them. So it's good.
It's fair.
Feels satisfying, I'm sure. But honestly, Teethan, for what it's worth, there are a few people that I would rather have at Thin Veil.
Name them.
Samani.
You already have me. That doesn't count.
It's okay. I'm
My
just
father.
fucking you a little bit. It's okay.
No,
Seriously though, don't let the humor to make things better. Yes, but don't take it too far either. If you do
Let's
need
see.
someone to talk to, I mean it.
You know what? If you don't laugh, you'll cry. So keep laughing.
Okay to do both.
Maybe after Thin Veil, I'll allow a tear or two.
After.
But until then, I gotta keep my you know, the massacre of my order gets folded into this nice little box. Just put it over there, cork on top, pop.
Yep.
I'll pop that bottle of champagne when it comes to it.
Fair. It's aging for now. It's fine.
exactly. And when you do pop it, make sure we're there.
I'll do my best, and I'll share a drink with
least
you perhaps
somebody.
then. I don't have too many somebodies, but I'll appreciate it.
Good. I really just
Unless you guys want to have some secondhand shrimp, I'm gonna go excuse myself.
have fun.
Don't
Be
eat
safe.
any
Don't
more
eat
shrimp.
anymore.
Yes.
Okay.
Spend the
Gotta
next
go back
4
to the
day
logic. If
recovering.
it can't bite me, I'm not biting it.
Stranger rule, but carry on.
Just let him be. So I just like pats his,
I don't wanna dig
his
too
shoulder
deep
like
into
as
that.
he's like walking away. Don't worry about it. Dream time?
Yes,
If you're
let's
ready.
go.
Dream time? I found a pin.
Mm.
So, as you bed down for the night, to get ready for Kelsier to commit dream, to cast dream. Commit dream.
Kermit dream.
Have fun, Zamani.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you can't come.
It's alright, I'm sure you'll tell me all about it.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. I probably won't be able to shut the fuck up about it.
I look forward to it. I'll try and get as much sleep as I can before then.
Have fun trancing.
Very difficultly so. Almost through this excitement, it's difficult to fall asleep. You know, it's like jittery and like you're tossing and turning. Constantly, I was like, go to bed. And you're like, no, I can't. It's like, I'm trying. But eventually, a couple minutes, maybe hours pass, and your eyes finally drift off. To which I assume Calicinda would tell Kelsier it's time to dream.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
your eyes flitter open, and the etherealness of the land of sleepless dreams, where it's just a very familiar, large, open kind of like it's Erisvere. It's Kelsier's homestead. It's like all the different things that the animals play on. There's almost like slightly ethereal creatures like the animals playing around of the displacer kittens and such. But interestingly enough, Kelsier is accompanied by 12 individuals whose souls will not be sent one by one fused, as it's not their physical form that comes, but there is 12 kids who look a little bit shocked at this, and Kelsier kind of goes, alright now kids, calm down. This is a dream, so I wasn't quite expecting this, but you're all out here. This is Samani requested. Nothing can hurt you here. This is all what you make of it. And he pulls up this like lump of grass and he just throws it up and it becomes a cloud. And he goes, it's all play. It's all okay. You're safe here. You can't feel any pain here. Nothing will distract you. Nothing will hurt you. It's time to have a bit of fun. As some of them see you and there's like an innate like fear, and he goes, no, she's okay. She didn't mean to hurt you. She didn't realize what you were. Just breathe. There's Kelsier gives this like quick pull of his hands, and you see like this like in the dream like there's like 12 kid leads, and he's got them. He's like, come on now. He's like, they got all these vests. He pulls them over, and very gently walks them and disappears. And we've been doing well.
So glad. I was so worried.
I know everybody's name, so this may... I'll do my best. So, you know...
I'm going to focus on the moment and not on writing things for now.
That's fine. I'll give it to you all afterwards. You know Zelly and Elrin and Annette, but I'd like to introduce you to Lila, as you see a half-elven girl with curly brown hair. Marcus, a human boy with a short, messy crop of blonde hair and bright green eyes. May, a human girl with long brown hair and this beautiful olive skin. Caden, a half-elven boy with light brown hair and looks like he's just got the biggest shit-eating grin. He's like looking for stuff to run towards already. Like, not like run afraid, but like run play.
Yeah.
Ira, a raven folk girl with black feathers and piercing yellow eyes. Tarek, a human boy with a deep bronze skin and short hair. Anya, a half-elven girl with long, curly red hair and freckles. Finn, a human boy with shaggy brown hair. And Neve, a half-elven girl with blonde ringlets very similar to Annette's. Yes. I know some of you haven't been out much, or some of you at all, but I think my theory was slightly disproven. You are all untethered from each other. You can go play as you wish. The creatures are fully ethereal. You have my old owlbear and the kittens. None of them can hurt you. They will just play. So go be how you will. And as soon as he says that, it's almost like teacher says playtime, and everyone just goes off, and it's like some of them are running to the owlbear, some of them are running to the displacer kittens, but Zelly is waiting for you.
Zamani walks up to Zelly and like it kind of like, not in like a collapsy kind of way, but she definitely gets on her knees so that they can be like on like the same kind of like thing, and she's just kind of like sitting there, and she like holds Ellie's hand, and she's like, "Are you okay?"
Yeah. Are you okay?
I am perfectly okay. I was never in danger. You were being misled by a bad person. I didn't know that that was possible. If I had, I would have warned you. I am so sorry.
We possibly have an issue then.
What is the issue?
The angel said it needed my soul and powers to keep you okay.
Okay.
I don't know if I have one of those. So are you going to be okay?
Don't worry about me. I am fine. You do never trade your soul or anything for me, okay? I'm supposed to be the one who protects you, not the other way around.
Okay. That feels too all encompassing. What if I want like trade a sandwich for you?
That's fine, but don't trade anything important or something that you can't easily get back or replace. Get what I mean?
I understand.
Do you? Because you've got that face like you're looking for a loophole.
I mean, I'm always looking for a loophole.
That's because you're smart.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May
I'm
I
sorry.
go pet the owlbear?
Of course you can pet the owlbear. He's very friendly.
Starts walking off.
It's funny. It looks over at Kelter. She's like, I wasn't expecting this.
Well, I've gotten to speak to all of them once at least. I've asked. We've been working through it. Anya and Finn are the only two that haven't manifested themselves fully. They're still quite shy.
It's understandable.
But they're doing well.
Glad. I'm really glad that they have you.
They're a handful, but they're doing well.
Thank you.
Annette has finally stopped crying, which is good.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes. It was a quiet afternoon. I brought them all into the settlement proper, and I learned from Annette that her father used to work in construction, so I let her watch the people start building the walls, and she seemed to be soothed by it.
Wonderful. I want to make them safe places. Things that are theirs that they can latch onto if they need.
Okay. That's good. We've been working on something similar. I've been bringing the general stores finally starting to open its doors, and on the last day of every week I bring them down to the general store and each give them a silver piece to buy themselves something. Toy, sweet, whatever. Anyone who wishes to show up anyway. And it's going well.
Nice. Good. I'm sorry for how last minute this was. It's just after the angel, I was
Hey, Evan. Is Amani about to go Minecraft mode?
I mean, you know what happens when you adopt a kidglomerate and they all have intense trauma, and then suddenly you get to meet all of them, you know?
Look, you've met 3, now all 12 are here. How you doing, Evan? Lovely to have you here.
Yeah, good to have you.
This is weird talking to you from this side of things where you're in the chat.
Yeah,
And I'm the voice.
Look at me.
Oh, how the turntables.
But yeah, so Zoe is very much clearly like surprised, but like, overwhelmed, but not in a bad way.
Yeah, there's a lot of names and faces to see.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope that they don't feel like this was something that I forced on them.
No, they actually, Elrin and Zelly seemed quite excited at the prospect. Because I think they think they're sleeping. Which I think is good for them.
Yeah, every kid should be able to sleep. To dream is lovely.
at this point you're talking, and the half-elven boy with the crop of brown hair and the mischievous grin runs up to you and like almost runs to your leg, ready to like thinking he will pass through it, but for some reason does not, and then looks up and goes, arm, leg, and just tries to crawl up you until he's like sitting in your arms.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like knives.
Oh, knives are wonderful. Why do you want them?
Because Zelly has them. She hides them.
True. Oh, I already knew that Zelly had some.
No, she
Why do
hides
you-
them.
Did she get more that she is not supposed to have?
She takes them from the kitchen staff.
Is this such an attempt to earn my favor so that you can have knives too?
What's a favor? And I want knives.
So a favor is when you ask something of another person, but you don't really have anything to give them in return.
Zelly said you give us things.
I do, yes. I enjoy giving you things. Why do you want knives specifically? Is it just because Zelly has them, or is there something you like about them?
I want to throw them at things.
Not people, though, right? Especially not nice people.
I mean...
Oh, that's not a good answer. You have to... So knives are a weapon. You have to be able to be trusted with them.
Okay.
They can
Are
be very
forks
dangerous.
weapons?
Generally not, but they can also be dangerous if you have enough strength with them. I can teach you how to throw knives when I get back to Ariel if you want. I can't
Do you
promise.
also steal the kitchen knives?
I do not. I'm an adult, you see, so I could simply buy them. And like I manifest like.
So that means you're not allowed to have fun anymore then.
Oh. If only you knew. I grew up in a place that things weren't as nice for me. I didn't have people who cared about me, so the only way I could get things was to steal them. So I've become quite good at it. But I also learned that stealing has repercussions, and sometimes it's not a good way of doing things.
So am I getting knives or not?
I'll teach you how to throw them, and then we'll see if you can trust you with them. We'll give you
Okay,
some
thanks.
blunt
And he
ones to
just
throw.
like goes fully limp, it just falls on your arms and it a little.
I'm not just going to give him knives, don't worry.
Please don't.
No.
The Caden is a passionate child. Well,
He's a little street rat, I love it.
he started appearing shortly after you left, after the sheep thing came up again. and Annette somehow managed to not be pushed out, so Caden took over for a while and just tell Callisinder was sorry. It was purely an accident for the way that we left the rooms.
Oh.
A lot of pillows died that night.
It happens sometimes. Is Zelly
Feathers
really stealing
everywhere.
knives? Should I be concerned about that?
She likes to collect things, it seems.
That's fair.
She, I sat her down and talked to her about it for a little bit. It's very difficult to get a straight answer, but from what I could extrapolate is, she kind of doesn't really feel like she's been able to have many things in her life that were hers, so she's trying to make things hers and take stuff that she wants, so she wants to have things now.
That's understandable.
So,
How does she feel about the prospect of sharing?
she hides stuff that she doesn't want the other kids to have.
Mm.
Which doesn't really work that well when they're all able to see at the same time, but she tries to put them in intricate or complicated places to get or lock behind things. She's actually shown quite the aptitude for circumventing locks. I had to start locking my desk with magic, so
Give her time.
I'm sure she'll figure out how to dispel it eventually. She's extremely bright. And he gets kind of hushed. As awful as it is to say, I can see why Arthur's picked her specifically. She shows an innate aptitude for magic, whether it's from the other kids as well. But the innate understanding she has, a grasp of basic arcane formulae, it's impressive for a child of her age.
She likes to take things, whether they're items or concepts, and that's becomes her sole focus, as far that I've seen. And I assume in a place where she was given access to those kinds of things in order to probably test her, it probably challenged her for the first time in her life, and she has a taste for it. Anything that's hard, anything that she can figure out is the best thing in the world for her.
I have when we have classes, I have provided her with a small arcane focus of a wand she's grown extremely fond of. She tries to take it with her every day when we leave class, and it's impressive, Samani, I must say. It's very impressive. She's still not showing any, from my research, she's not showing like she's going to age, unfortunately, but not yet anyway. Mentally, perhaps, but her grasp on the arcane is stuff I've seen people take years to comprehend and get a hold of. She is starting to understand very well. It's grim, but for prospective soul switch, I can see why Arthas was interested.
Me too. I didn't understand just quite how far it went, but I knew from just talking to her and trying to explain just how society works, how she very quickly attempted to take very specific things and try to apply them in general, which can be a problem when explaining what is and is not acceptable in public.
I've had to counterspell a few times for various things. We were
there.
We'd advanced to and I refuse to go further, but she was trying to turn a small raven into a gorilla. We were practicing polymorphing and transmutative magics, and yes, it had to be dispelled fairly quickly.
I could see that. So, I guess I don't know how to go about teaching her maturity and morals. I don't think I'm a great person for that.
No one is, but we all work on it our own way. But
that's fair.
She's there's the jacket that we have to have. She was upon times of her acting out, I've taken up to making her write lines on the chalkboard, and she's trying to spawn more arms to do it quicker, and that defeats the purpose of it. So it's we have the jacket that only has one sleeve now. I still have to watch her, but I have to sew up the other side.
I mean, she's absolutely ingenious. It's just very nefarious as well. Very adorable.
She tries to have a technical answer for it. Technically, I could do it now, so that you can't.
Yeah. She does.
If you have any questions about the kids,
everything, anything.
It's a very broad thing for me to just, well, Lila's afraid of heights, so when they've been jumping off roofs, that's been upsetting her. Marcus is eager to explore. Maeve really likes music. Caden is mischievous. Era has a knack for puzzles. Tarek just wants everyone to stop fighting. He's always trying. He's saying, yeah.
The little peacekeeper.
Yes. As I said, I haven't gotten really a chance to speak to Anya or Finn too much, other than, well, speaking but not getting them out. But Neve actually, she's worked quite well on apparently before everything happened she was quite into archery, so we've gotten her a bow for when she's able to be out. We've also gotten up to having 5 of them out at once when we want them. But the magical capabilities are basically inert at that stage, so it's my currently running theory that for the more magically capable I can get Zelly to be, is the more kids that can be manifested at the same time. And it seems that the distance the tether is able to run along the ground between them has begun to extend a little bit as well. They're still all connected, but
understanding and capability
seems to be fueling it. Yes.
See, I am worried though, because she's not going to tell you, but that's going to be her goal. That's her motivating factor, is so that they can be themselves.
Yes, but I am pacing her. I've taught people magic before. I think soon she may even outpace me, as talented as I am. But I may have to call in some help from outsourced tutors in the Humming Cloaks that I trust. Just for
anybody is
specific schools. And after Irisphere, I trained a bit, obviously. And I pushed through what I thought was going to be my natural limit for a bit and achieved higher levels of arcanism. Not supremely higher, but a bit. Yeah. So it's maybe I'm still learning. Maybe I can break through more barriers, but without testing it the way I used to in ruins and such, it's difficult to break these barriers. I will say from what I've discovered talking to them and talking to Zelly, Lila was 8, Marcus was 6, May was 7, Caden was 5, Ira was 11, Tarek was 9, Anya was 10, Finn was 7, and Neve was 11. Annette does appear to be the youngest at about 4 to 5. Maybe Caden is a little bit older. It's between those two. And then you have Elrin, who's maybe 9, 11, and you have Zelly, who's close to 12, 13, I suppose. It's difficult. They don't have a very... Their ages weren't tracked very well. It's mostly assumption based on the physiology and their experience and their memory.
I know it's been a short time, have you noticed any growth and maturity? Or I'm worried that maybe their ages being stuck at where they are also limits their cognitive growth in that sense.
I'd like to give you a more reassuring answer, but I've been with them very little so far. It's only been a month.
I understand.
I can't guarantee you. Perhaps Zelly, she does appear to have a maturity beyond her years for when it comes to talking about the other kids inside. And she does talk about them as if a parental figure of sort, or an elder sibling. She does really view them as all of her siblings. She speaks very fondly of you.
It's good to hear. Sometimes I worry that I'm too hard on her.
No, she does quite like. She does quite like you. It's endearing. And I will say, for the most part, she is, either from what she's telling me or from what I've explained to them, is the other kids are understanding that the initial conflict you all had was from Zelly's original assault on you all. So it's going well. But other than that, if you have questions, I feel I'll just spouting all this information at you, but if you want to shout out any odd questions you have as it's going, that would probably be more helpful to me.
It's completely understandable. I know that they know their first names, but I assume many of them probably don't have or don't know their other name, like their last names or who their family were. Because I know, like, some of them really want to find those people that they were taken from. I don't know if they would be alive or not, or if me trying to hunt down those families would be beneficial or harmful.
I say this with love for them. I think it is perhaps a lost cause to focus on that bit. Most of them don't have family names because they are such common born. A lot of them have memories of being on the streets. A few of them have memories of the grueling but horrid truth of being in a fighting pit designated to watch children try and kill each other in Favendale. So.
Okay. And I will give them the life that they should have had from the beginning.
You are doing a very noble thing.
I don't think it's noble.
I'm impressed.
I appreciate it. It's kind.
Another word for the same thing.
I've been there. No one should have to go through it.
Do you have any questions about any of the individuals among them, or do you want to go start playing with the Albert with them?
I'd like to go start playing with them if you think that it wouldn't disrupt them too much.
I mean, kids may exclude you, they can be mean. So if they don't
That's-
want to play with you, you can't take it
I-
personally.
I will not be hurt. I just don't want to take away their joy in this.
Same. They have been saddened at times when some of the staff won't play their flesh rope, whatever they call it. They flank either side of a hallway, and Vocatil has gotten it the worst. They just start, and she just walks around, and they started mooing at her. Vocatil, they call her.
You know, the best thing about them is that if one of them gets it, it'll spread very quickly.
Yes. But I can jump rope myself, so I'm not doing so bad.
Do you think that maybe this could be something that maybe as a reward for them being good or something from time to time?
Now that I know this actually separates them, I think this could be I have a few friends. Mostly I would just make I think letting them come here maybe once a week just to express individuality. Whether it's with you, if you're around. That's always better. But I have some people I trust who would just wait in my home and let the kids explore. I can make more ethereal versions of some of the previous beings I've actually cared for. And I can start teaching them about monsters and the misunderstood parts.
That would be great.
It's like a very safe field trip where they can't actually hurt anyone or anything. So
Yeah. And they all also get to be themselves as individuals.
that is my favorite part. And they think it's sleeping, so I'm going to see if I can placebo affect them tomorrow morning and ask if they're very rested.
Please do. I can't wait to hear back. But please, fuck the fact that it's technically Kalski. He's already given me permission. If there's somebody that you trust and you think it would be good for them, invite them.
There has actually been requests. Vocatil was going to be sending to Calicinder about it in a day or two. She does not want to. Perhaps you could actually get him to respond to me about it tomorrow while I have you here. Because we've been a few trips outside of the keep, some of the parents of the small folk within the keep in the settlement have asked if their children could start sitting in on lectures for basic literacy and arithmetic.
I was going to ask about that, but I wasn't sure if it would be too much to add to your weight.
Well, not every class. I said it would be too bored if I did that for every class, but I could start just for the sake of having her in a social situation and start training her social skills and socializing her and them.
I want to work on building a schoolhouse as well, so that there's a place for like everyone to come with multiple rooms, so that everyone doesn't have to learn at the same level.
I never thought of myself as a teacher, but I've actually started enjoying it. So, you know what? If I have a little bit of money of my own, I may ask for some backing from Vocatil, but I would not mind funding a schoolhouse and starting to do some good like I did with my ranch. Even if it's small at first.
I think that would be absolutely amazing. And I want to help in any way that I can.
I'll need money.
Yeah.
To be honest. I do not. A lot of it got it's kind of like far away for a second. A lot of it got lost.
She gives him like a nice like squeeze on like the arm.
But I didn't have nothing. Had some old stuff left in the banks of Avagrad, so it's not so bad.
We'll be approaching Thinvale in a few days. If we're able to take care of things, I do assume that with it being an entire settlement, that it's been cleared out, that there will be things without a home.
I do have something that sporadically Reuven Tyr has come through the past few days, teleporting in and out, and we've been working on some base ideas, and a contact from Ojikir, from Zelsan specifically, came with this stonework he's been working on. He said it works for enchantment, so we've been working on some things that could help Calasindia and perhaps the settlement as a whole. I plan on teleporting it to you. Zelly has actually she found one of your socks. I hope it's yours, and I'll be sending you that as a focus to teleport something to you.
Also, the dagger that she has with her is mine as well.
That will be a safer option. I don't know if she's just robbing people. I intend to send something with a note to. Honestly, I'm quite excited to leave it as a surprise for Calasindia, so I'll let you see what it is in the morning.
I'll keep it a secret.
So, you wake up the following morning after playing with the kids for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah,
which at this stage, a lot of them are starting to like really warm up to you. You know, starting to like, just give me a general persuasion check for your interaction with them.
I can do this. I can do this. Come on, baby dice. Don't fucking fail me now. Okay. It was 13 plus 10, so 23.
Okay.
I mean,
You'd think that
bad, right?
asking kids to play with their mom wouldn't be like a hard DC check, but it is in fact a DC 20 check for anyone that has children. You know it's hard for them to think you're cool. And so they do actually. And you wake up the following morning and just ear-to-ear grin. And laying on your chest, there is a small bag that's been teleported to you in the middle of the night.
What's in it?
Morning, Samani.
You open the bag and it's got like this kind of void-like state in the bottom. It's like it's a coin purse size, but as you hold it open, kind of just like pink out of the top is a small little rolled ball of paper.
Unfolded.
So it says, it's written in Elvish actually, so I don't think you can read it.
She tries
Give me an intelligence check. Give me an intelligence check. Give me an intelligence. Let's go.
Oh! It was better than the persuasion was. There's the base roll. Okay. Straight intelligence, not saving throw. Okay, 17. The modifier's not
17. I'll say you can get it because one of the names is just not in Elvish at all. It says Broxen, newest creation with Reuventir.
You're Broxen.
Then it says
the name is escaping me.
Broxen. You don't know.
Okay.
It is basically and then you just can't.
I read out what I know, and I'm just like, help.
All right. So you got that right. Let me just read the rest.
Just tell me what it says, and then we can have the lesson part later. Okay, please. Pretty please.
So, Calasindia, you read it out. Between Broxen, Reuventir, and Kelsia, we have managed to make a small thing that is quite actually being requested by many people throughout the realm so far from the Avergard banks. This should allow us to send money to each other, or well, you can send money this way through it to Arael Keep's treasury.
Dude,
it's
we
a
got
deposit
direct
box.
Deposit.
It's a bag of holding that connects through the weave of magic to basically dump into a chest. So rather than basically the way they've made it work is normally if you smash two bags of holding together, it creates a rift into the void. They've done it, but somehow managed to take the rift and basically make that rift spit it out into a chest.
That's cool.
That's really, really cool.
So you can't get things back, but you can send funds to Ariel. It's literally a coin purse that big. Like you can't send many things, but
Kelsia, Reuventir, and Broxen have created this.
I guess so, yeah. Also, don't tell the group. And I put 20 plot, and I just immediately put it through there.
As well, Casadale, you see that a new merchants group in Yosgrin has already bought a large supply of these from Broxen for a value that your share from your investment has now rewarded Ariel 2,000 gold.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Your dodgy investment into a Leonin inventor
it was
paid
a gamble.
dividends.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble.
Dividends.
Look, Cal was about to just write this entire thing about being an entrepreneur now. No.
Also, I just
Step
realized
one:
that we
inherit a lot
didn't-
of money from your mother.
True. I just realized we haven't like split up or talked about how we're going to give the plat that we got from the king. So we should do that after stream, or at least like send it to for people.
Yes.
I thought everyone just
Um,
took an individual share because it was like 400 plat.
We didn't discuss it, so people might have, but we didn't like actually just make any decision.
You guys
So-
definitely need to do something in your planning chat, but I'm going to check one of the guys' sheets and I guarantee you there's going to be like 20 plat or 25 plat in it. No, 100
For
plat. Oh, never mind.
reference-
Someone just...
For,
Svein has no
They-
plat in his sheet.
Great.
for reference, Broxton, I met him in court in Burton, one of my days. He's an aspiring inventor from Ojikir.
Seems
And
like he's
he
more
and
than
his-
aspiring.
More than aspiring now, but that's because he and his friend, partner, business partner, discovered essentially a material, an item that works the opposite to Sapperstone.
It amplifies magic.
Something of the sort. It helps conduct it in ways that are, well, defy our knowledge currently. But
His
he's
partner's name is
16.
Artis Light Shield, by the way.
Artist Lightshield, that's the name. With Artist Lightshield. And he thinks it can be applied to the new form of artificery being, well, engineered up there in Ojikir.
Interesting.
But I sponsored him because I thought he had merit, and as someone who wishes to make an impact on the world, I can respect his efforts and his outlook.
I will say,
And
you
it
know
has
the
paid off.
merchant that actually invested, by the way, Raf, was Novalio of the Osgren Guilds.
Novelli. Oh shit, I met him as well.
But he was at
Yeah.
court. That's the person who basically decided to buy a shit ton of these. The one who
Come
said,
on.
powerful men need to know each other.
That's right, that was his thing.
Zamani is very much like, don't tell the group how much money I had.
No, like
Because I wanted to make sure, like,
He's
I
thrown
did
away.
send 20 plat through it just now, Des.
Actually, I'm going to make a note of that, just so I don't forget. So, 1 second. Let me just grab my pen.
Wait a second.
so I can add 20. Well, hey, I'm sorry.
Well-
Can I also add the 2,000 as well? 2,000 gold.
Yeah, you can add 2,000
To
gold now to
keep
Ariel's
us-
funds.
I also
And-
write a little note and I put it in through there because I want to see if it works because I don't.
It
I
works,
don't
yeah.
know if it's.
It's basically anything that can
Money.
fit into like a small coin purse. So you could send like a knife, you could send like you could
Oh.
probably send a potion
A
even,
knife
but
is
that would
silly.
probably be pushing it. And if it was if it was a large potion, it would probably rupture the bag. And if you do anything that will like tear the bag at the seam, it just stops working.
Yeah,
All right,
she's
so
not gonna
I
do
think
that.
I have
There's
it
also
down
a small
currently
chance that
as-
sometimes after a certain amount of volume, they may break, but you can always get more.
Mhm.
I have it down currently as 3,000 in the treasure at the moment.
So
So
No, it's 5.
is that after the 2,000 extra?
Okay.
yes,
So
then
and
now
so
it's-
is that in counting Zamani's 20 plat?
yes, that is including this. Because I spent most of it on setting up the walls in the first place.
As well as that, in the bag there is a that was sent innately, kind of like sewn into the lining. Because obviously they were just like sitting at the top of the bag, not ready to actually be dunked in. So it's good. There's
Mhm.
probably some stuff that you realize was maybe like looking at like the sewing. There's probably a few notes that did get kind of fell in, so they kind of
Mhm.
attached a few for best hope. But there
Mhm.
is a request for. It's actually not that dear for it, but only for 500 gold to be spent in combination with Kelzer's money to start a schoolhouse.
Okay, so they already have 200 of it now.
Yeah,
They're
so
just
they
at
need
25.
another 300 if you want to spend that money, Callisinder.
Take it out.
Yes.
So mark it down, please, and I'll mark down that the schoolhouse is big.
I like to think that somebody just looks at him like, come on. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, he can't not spend this right now.
She spends the entire morning like telling Cal about like literally like everything that happened.
Yeah. All of the kids, their different personalities.
Mhm.
Yeah.
About like the fact that you could make ethereal creatures and things like that.
He's just going to be there, just like taking notes about like the different names and be like, okay, yep, that's that one there, that's that one there.
I can give you the little brief copy paste of the description of each of the kids now if you'd like. I will. Yeah, here we go. I will bring these over here and a second now. You'll have them in a second, guys. So,
So happy. This is such a long time coming.
yeah.
Mhm.
And now there's a way to like actually like communicate and facilitate that relationship with them from a long distance. It's just really nice and a lot better than a sending stone.
Oh yeah. Then just like a few words
Yeah.
each day.
And also, you know, knock knock jokes that take 8 days to go through.
God.
Uh,
Now
so,
there can be
try.
one.
Oh, of course it's still gonna happen, but now,
So,
now
there you
more
are.
than that.
that is the rest of the
Ew.
conglomerate.
I have the
So-
conglomerate. Now the mommy is
Is there
real.
anything else you
Now
guys
the
would like to do
loser.
before we wind down this session?
Just really happy.
I'm really happy. I like to think, yeah, like 100%. The first half of the next day is just spent with Zamani and Cal talking about the kids.
A
100%.
lot of it is also going to be her bugging Cal to continue to teach her Elvish.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
for as
100%.
much time as possible.
100%. Which I imagine is just a lot of the downtime on this ship will just be Elvish lessons.
Absolutely. So,
She's tried her best to be somewhat like fluent by the time the thing comes.
not going to happen, but we can try.
Nope.
You might be conversational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as the ship sails ever closer to Thinvale, day after day, we pull a curtain on this mini session that lasted longer than our Monday session.
Yes.
I don't feel fair naming this session on the VODs as 51.5 because this is longer than 51.
51.75.
51.8. Look, I had a phenomenal time. Thank you to
I had a great time.
everybody who rated. Thank you to everybody who followed. To Dudeface Guy 69, to JP Fox 0766, to Arrows Raid, to
Mm-hmm.
Dovey MC, yeah, to B-Town MC, to Dead Aussie Gamer with the cool ass raid, to Don Camulus and Elixiel and
Mhm.
Tense Quack and all. You just had a great day today. Really, really happy time. If you like what you saw, we're live every Monday at 12 p.m. GMT +1 for 4 hours that are normally much more scheduled than this, where we play our mainline campaign, which you saw a mini session of today. Although a mini session was a full session,
Mini-
but don't tell people.
Side session.
Side session.
Yeah,
Side
yeah,
session.
a side quest.
Other than
Yeah.
that, we'll be live again this Sunday for a one-shot run by Raph, his first ever one-shot, which is going to be a lot of fun. I'll finally be a player, which
First
will be
ever
pretty
time
cool.
DMing in general.
First
and
ever
it's
time
on
DMing
stream.
and doing it
So,
on stream.
Let's see how it goes.
But if anything from our world today has curiously piqued your mind or anything, if you sub to the channel, if you got a Prime or anything, you'll get access to our world anvil. All you got to do is join the Discord and then message me if I've seen you've subbed, and hit me up with your world anvil name. We get added to the world anvil, which in theory down the line should hopefully have every resource you need to run a game in our setting. Other than that, we've got a Patreon if that's something that interests you. In this last few minutes of my shilling, I do battle maps that are up every time we have battle maps. They go up the following week on the Patreon, and then although I have been behind it the past 2 weeks, I do apologize. I'll be doing it better this week. Hopefully tomorrow,
You
tomorrow
got the
Friday.
VODs.
Got the VODs. But the recaps I
Yeah.
do behind the screen recaps for like $15 a month if you want to see like what actually goes into making it and like my thoughts on like mechanical balance and such, or like kind of like little spoilery stuff for what's coming up. It's $15 a month and it's cool. But if that any of that interests you, if you got a Prime, use it. You just use it somewhere here, anywhere, just use your Prime. But other than that, we're gonna end. Thank you to all the love we've got from the community today. See you next time.
Thank you so much, guys.
Bye.